13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But what if who you are, a powerful, radiant soul, feels like too much for the world around you? In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore 13 signs your aura carries a force that others might find overwhelming. But that's exactly where your spiritual strength lies. Have you ever felt misunderstood, too intense, or like people pull away without explanation? You might not be too much. You might be energetically unmatched. Watch closely and see how many of these signs resonate with your own journey. And as you listen, we invite you to reflect, comment with your experience, and share this video with someone whose light is just as rare. Let's dive in and celebrate the beauty of a powerful aura. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Your aura is the silent force that enters the room before you do. It's not just energy, it's your soul speaking in frequencies. Carl Jung may never have used the word aura, but his understanding of the unconscious mind revealed a profound truth. When your inner world is aligned, your very presence becomes undeniable. It's not about looks, words, or performance. It's about spiritual integration. When your conscious mind no longer resists your shadow, when you've faced your fears, healed your wounds, and chosen wholeness over perfection, you begin to emit something rare, an energetic signature so strong that people feel it in their bones. This is the invisible language of spiritual awakening, the vibration of someone who knows who they are and no longer seeks permission to be. But here's the paradox. This energy doesn't always attract admiration. In fact, it often creates disruption. Not because you're disruptive, but because your truth rattles illusions, your peace agitates chaos, and your self-acceptance exposes insecurities. You're not triggering others by being loud, you're triggering them by being real. Jung called this projection, the unconscious tendency to assign our denied qualities onto others. So when people avoid your eyes, speak nervously, or criticize you without cause, it's often because they're not seeing you. They're seeing themselves, reflected through your clarity. You don't have to do anything wrong to make someone uncomfortable. Your presence alone is a mirror, and not everyone is ready to face their reflection. In the real world, this energetic contrast shows up everywhere. You may find people are drawn to you yet unsettled. You might intimidate coworkers without trying. Friends may misread your boundaries as arrogance. It's not because you're superior. It's because your vibration reveals what's unhealed in them. And for those who live in denial, that kind of revelation feels like a threat. But your job isn't to shrink. Your role is to understand. You didn't come here to blend in. You came here to raise the frequency of the room by being the frequency. You don't lower your light to comfort the dark. You rise, and in doing so, invite others to rise with you. The more spiritually awake you become, the less you feel the need to explain your energy. You stop negotiating your worth in rooms that can't hold your truth. You stop bending your boundaries to keep false peace. You carry your aura like a silent message. I have done the inner work. I have faced my shadows. I walk in alignment. And that alignment speaks louder than any performance ever could. You realize that power doesn't shout. It whispers. It just is. And when you embody that truth, you no longer chase validation, you radiate it. You become a catalyst, not by force, but by frequency. You don't demand respect. You embody it, and you let others decide whether they are ready to meet you where you are. So keep walking in your light. Keep honoring your energy. Let your presence be your statement. And if you're ready to fully own the power of your aura, type it into the universe now. I align my energy. Because the moment you do, the world will begin to rearrange itself around the truth of who you've become. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. You don't need to explain yourself because your energy already speaks volumes. You unsettle not because you're loud, but because you're real. You don't perform, you embody. And that embodiment is rare, which is why it rattles those who are still hiding. Your aura doesn't ask for attention. It commands honesty. Carl Jung reminded us that what we deny within ourselves doesn't go away. It surfaces when someone else reflects it. That's what your aura does. You reflect back to others the parts they've buried, denied, or avoided. You shine with spiritual wisdom, and while some will be inspired, others will feel threatened not by you, but by what they see in themselves when you're near. This is why people pull away or react strangely. Not because of who you are, but because of who they are not yet ready to become. Your alignment disrupts their confusion. Your truth shakes the lies they still cling to. And your calm presence can feel like a storm in the minds of those still trapped in their masks. But let this be a lesson. You are not responsible for shrinking, so others feel tall. You are not here to bend to make others comfortable in their delusion. Your spiritual development has made your energy precise, sharp, clean, and for those tangled in emotional noise, that can feel like judgment. But it is not judgment. It is clarity. And clarity often feels like an attack to those used to chaos. The frequency you hold now is one that reveals. It doesn't flatter, it unveils. It doesn't soothe, it awakens. An awakening isn't gentle. It breaks. It rebuilds. You are no longer participating in the performance. You no longer seek validation or manipulate perception. You are no longer addicted to being liked. You are devoted to being real. And realness is the highest rebellion in a world built on illusion. Some people will crave your energy like oxygen. Others will run from it like fire. But both responses prove its power. Because when you stop chasing, convincing, fixing, when you stand in your soul, your aura becomes a mirror that reflects truth. Not everyone is ready to look. But you are not here to be everyone's comfort. You are here to be your own truth. You are no longer just a person in the room. You are the room. You shift the atmosphere by simply being. You walk into a space and the unseen shifts, not because you're trying, because you are aligned. That's what spiritual wisdom looks like when it's lived, not spoken, not posted, but embodied. You are now the energy. You are now the presence. And you are now the permission others didn't know they needed to wake up. Some will love you. Some will leave you. But all will feel you. And that is your gift. That is your power. So hold your head high and never apologize for being the storm that clears the air. If you feel this truth in your bones, comment below. I own my authentic energy. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the spiritual insight your soul has been waiting for. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just light up a room, it reveals what others try to hide. Without speaking, you become a mirror, reflecting the emotional states, insecurities, and shadows of those around you. People often mistake this reflection for judgment, when in reality, it's their own unresolved pain rising to the surface. You trigger what's buried not because you're arrogant or forceful, but because your presence is aligned, grounded, and whole. That alone can be deeply unsettling to anyone still wearing masks. Your energy doesn't lie. It vibrates with truth, and truth makes people uncomfortable, especially those who haven't yet faced theirs. You walk in authenticity, and that makes others second-guess the roles they're playing. It's not about superiority, it's resonance. Energy always communicates before words ever do. That's why some people may feel an instant connection with you, while others pull away, criticize, or become strangely silent in your presence. They're not reacting to you. They're reacting to what their own energy feels when yours enters the space. A powerful aura amplifies. It draws attention, not through noise, but through stillness, not through appearance, but through presence. You don't chase approval because your soul is self-validating. You don't seek attention because you've already made peace with solitude. And that quiet confidence can expose people's need for validation, their attachments, their anxieties. This is why your aura often evokes extreme reactions, admiration or resentment, curiosity or avoidance. Either way, you're not neutral. You shift the dynamic simply by being. You didn't wake up with this kind of energy by chance. It was earned. You've gone through darkness, purified your mind, healed your wounds, and taken the long road of inner work. That journey gave you a frequency most haven't yet reached. While others are caught up in surface-level appearances, you radiate from your core. That kind of radiance reveals the emptiness behind performance. And so people either feel inspired to rise or pressured to hide. There's nothing you need to fix. If others feel uneasy around you, that discomfort is their own soul calling them to awaken. Your aura isn't too much. It's just too real. Keep showing up with integrity. Keep walking with quiet power. You're not meant to shrink for the comfort of those avoiding growth. You are the reminder that healing is possible, that wholeness is real, and that light, when it shines without apology, changes everything. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to our channel and stay connected with a community that understands the power of energy and self-awareness. Here, we explore how your presence can reflect truth, heal wounds, and inspire growth. Remember, your aura is not a threat. It's a gift. Keep shining. For individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you fully integrate your shadow and awaken to your true self, you don't become louder, you become undeniable. Carl Jung called this state individuation, the sacred union of all parts of the psyche, both light and dark. It's not something you wear like a badge. It's something you radiate. Your energy no longer seeks validation. It commands respect in silence. You don't need to enter a room to be seen. Your aura gets there first. It's a quiet power, one that doesn't beg for attention, yet draws it like gravity. And while that sounds beautiful, it also comes with an unexpected edge. Your coherence disturbs those who are fragmented, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness forces them to feel the disconnection within themselves. You are a walking mirror, and not everyone is ready to look. People who hide behind personas, who stitch together their identity from approval and avoidance, will sense something different in you, and it will make them uncomfortable. Your clarity is a confrontation. Your stillness shakes their noise. Your energy, forged from truth, feels like an earthquake beneath their illusions. You may notice this in passive remarks, sudden distance, or unexplained tension. This is not rejection. It's resistance to the frequency you embody. It's not that people don't like you. It's that your presence challenges what they've built to protect their own denial. And so, without trying, you become a disruptor of illusions. In offices, your silence can echo louder than conversation. In social circles, your groundedness feels like rebellion. In family dynamics, your mere existence threatens roles that were never yours to carry. You've stepped into a spiritual awakening where your presence is no longer neutral. It's transformative. You don't push people. Your energy simply reveals where they stand. That's what happens when your soul stops negotiating with your ego. You become a frequency many haven't yet tuned into, and the disharmony is felt. But remember this: your purpose is not to dilute yourself for comfort. You weren't made to harmonize with dysfunction. You were made to stand as a lighthouse in a fog of confusion. Your authenticity may disturb the room, but it also has the power to liberate it. Don't shrink to fit their comfort zone. Expand to match your calling. Your aura now carries the mark of someone who has transmuted pain into wisdom, chaos into clarity. You've done what most only dream of, facing the inner storm and coming out with peace, not pretense. That's why people feel you before they know you. That's why your presence lingers even after you've left. It's not ego, it's energy. And energy doesn't lie. Some will be magnetized to you. Others will recoil. Both reactions are sacred, because your role is not to be liked. Your role is to be true. In that truth, you awaken others not by preaching, but by being. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to be felt. And those who can't handle your wholeness are simply not ready to meet their own. Keep going. You are not too much. You are the storm that clears, the presence that awakens, the embodiment of spiritual wisdom. Comment below: I am whole, and my energy speaks truth. 5. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That unconscious material fear, guilt, jealousy needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you, just by being real, disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they've buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light, to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms, and don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 6. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention, it demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you, and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word. That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth. even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below. My energy awakens truth if you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more insights like this. 7. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say you're too serious, too intense, or too much when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior, it's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes. And that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently. You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power, not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic, you're not alone. Comment, "I resonate with this," if you felt this way. Or, "Not my experience," if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 8. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura enters the room before you do. It's not imagination. It's an energetic truth. You carry a frequency that either lifts the space or shakes it to the core, depending on the emotional state of those around you. This shift is immediate, undeniable, and deeply felt by both the conscious and unconscious mind. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just complement a space, it alters it. That alteration might bring clarity and peace, or it might provoke discomfort and resistance. But either way, it never leaves things the same. You've likely experienced moments where people stared at you without knowing why, or suddenly changed their behavior once you walked in. That's not about your appearance. It's your energy field stirring their emotional waters. People who have unresolved chaos within them feel exposed around you because your presence highlights the imbalance they carry. You aren't trying to confront anyone. Your alignment simply reflects what they've been avoiding. Your stillness triggers their noise. Even animals and children respond to this energy. A dog might approach you with deep calm or run off with anxiety, sensing your frequency. Children, with their intuitive purity, often become fixated on you or strangely shy, not because of who you are on the surface, but because they feel the soul-level charge your aura emits. They sense truth in a world often cluttered with masks. In modern life, this power can be misunderstood. A woman named Maya once shared that in every workplace she entered, the atmosphere shifted. Colleagues would either open up emotionally within minutes or begin to distance themselves for no clear reason. She began to wonder if something was wrong with her. But in time, she realized the truth. Her energy was a mirror. It reflected the unresolved in others, not because she was trying to, but because she lived in deep inner alignment. That level of coherence made others feel their own fragmentation more clearly. Your aura is a field of influence. It communicates more loudly than words ever could. You don't have to try to be noticed, you are noticed. Not because you want attention, but because your energy commands it. And that command comes not from ego, but from authenticity. When you are whole within yourself, you create tension for those who are split between their truth and their persona. This is not your fault. It's the natural consequence of becoming someone who no longer hides. You shift the atmosphere not by doing, but by being. Your energy is a catalyst. Let it be. Don't dim it to fit into emotionally stagnant rooms. Don't shrink it to soothe discomfort. If your aura disturbs the room, maybe the room needed to be disturbed. If you're still tuned in, comment below, "I shift energy," to let us know you're feeling this truth. Your voice helps us grow this space of awareness and light. 9. People confide in you unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years. Their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety. a silent invitation that tells people, you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people, it's okay to feel. It's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now. You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, I am open to understanding, to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you, not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not. You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried: their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions, you're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others. Admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light. Let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal, it's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder. And your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden, and that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. You start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice, but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged, you're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be. That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. But that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it, you revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura. Not to be admired, but to be unshakable. Not to impress, but to embody. Not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you for exploring these powerful signs with us. If you've ever felt like your presence is misunderstood, remember, it may be because your aura carries a strength not everyone is ready to receive. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into spiritual awakening and soul empowerment. Make sure to hit the bell icon so you won't miss our next powerful message. Until next time, keep walking boldly in your light. 4 mysterious signs a higher power is protecting you. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." What if those strange coincidences in your life weren't random at all? What if the delays, the detours, the no's that felt like rejection were actually divine protection? In today's video, we explore 4 powerful and mysterious signs that a higher power is silently guiding and shielding you, even when you don't realize it. As you watch, ask yourself, have you ever felt protected by something you couldn't see? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss the spiritual wisdom you deserve. Let's dive into these signs together and uncover how recognizing them can transform your life with purpose and peace. Sign 1. Divine timing. Feels off, but is perfect. Life often throws us into situations that seem entirely out of sync with our desires. Plans fall apart, relationships collapse, and the timing of everything feels wrong. But what if those moments of disarray are not signs of failure, but sacred interruptions? What if every missed opportunity, every delay, and every heartbreak is not a punishment, but a form of protection from a higher power that sees what we cannot? Carl Jung's concept of the trickster archetype speaks to this very mystery. Those seemingly chaotic events that disrupt our carefully laid paths are not meaningless. They are, in fact, messengers of a deeper purpose, sent to awaken our consciousness and guide us away from hidden danger. That job you didn't get, that person who walked away, that plan that collapsed at the last minute, each may have been a divine no, redirecting you toward a greater yes. Spirituality teaches us that divine timing is not about convenience, but alignment. When something falls through, it's often because it wasn't in harmony with your soul's highest calling. And while the ego cries out in frustration, the awakened spirit begins to recognize the wisdom behind the apparent setback. As you walk through your own journey, you might begin to see that the detours were not distractions, they were recalibrations. That rejection that once wounded you might have protected your peace. That closed door may have prevented you from walking into a fire. There is a profound intelligence at work beneath the surface of your life, and it is constantly rearranging people, places, and events not to punish you, but to prepare you. Jung understood that the unconscious mind holds truths that the conscious mind cannot yet grasp, and sometimes the universe must disrupt your timeline to make space for your transformation. This spiritual awakening often comes disguised as loss, but it is only through that loss that you begin to see with new eyes and feel with a deeper heart. And while modern society glorifies control and linear progression, spiritual wisdom invites surrender, to trust that delays are not denials, but divine detours shaping you into someone who is truly ready for what's meant for you. You must learn to read the signs not with fear, but with reverence. Every pause is sacred. Every heartbreak is instructive. Every silence is filled with meaning. When things feel like they're falling apart, they may actually be falling into place. Let the discomfort of the moment become your teacher. Let the unanswered prayers become proof of unseen protection. And instead of asking why something didn't happen, begin asking what you were spared from. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, not needing to control the outcome, but learning to dance with the mystery of divine orchestration. It is in this dance that your soul evolves, your vision sharpens, and your trust deepens. And one day, you'll look back not with regret, but with awe, realizing that the timing wasn't wrong. After all, it was perfect. Have you ever experienced moments when everything felt wrong, but later turned out to be divinely perfect? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not, type "I trust divine timing" below. Let's explore this mysterious spiritual wisdom together. Sign 2. Unexplainable protection in crisis. There are moments in your life when disaster feels imminent, when a car should have hit you, when you were just one decision away from ruin, or when everything seemed to collapse but somehow something shifted. Maybe it was a last-minute phone call that changed your plans, a stranger who delayed you just long enough, or a sudden inner voice urging you not to take that route, make that choice, or trust that person. At first, you might write it off as coincidence, as random luck. But as these moments pile up and form a silent pattern, you begin to sense that they are anything but random. Carl Jung called this the numinous, an unseen, sacred force that makes itself known when human logic fails and rationality reaches its limit. It's in those raw, vulnerable spaces when you're no longer in control, when the ego steps aside, that this higher intelligence steps in. Spirituality teaches us that these divine interferences are not about dramatic miracles, but about subtle, intelligent design. They are evidence of spiritual development unfolding beneath the surface of your daily life, protecting you in ways you don't even realize until long after the danger has passed. In the moment, you may feel afraid, overwhelmed, or even abandoned. But what if the very things you label as misfortune or delay are actually forms of protection? What if the closed doors, the failed relationships, the sudden turns, are all precisely orchestrated to keep your soul aligned with something greater? The truth is, when you're walking the path of awakening, the universe doesn't just hand you clarity, it tests your trust, your surrender, your openness to signs that defy reason. You may not see the full picture, but you will feel an inner knowing, an inexplicable peace, or the unmistakable presence of something watching over you. In hindsight, those coincidences feel too intentional, too precise, to be meaningless. And when you look closer, you realize they are threads in the invisible fabric of divine guardianship. That is when you understand that spirituality is not just about belief, it's about awareness. It's about recognizing that the forces guiding you are not external fantasies, but deeply embedded truths, responding to your soul's vibration. The more spiritually developed you become, the more sensitive you are to these nudges, what others call intuition, you recognize as divine direction. This is why it's crucial to stay attuned to the unexplainable. Because sometimes, what saves you isn't a person or a plan. It's the presence of a power that rearranges the world around you just enough to keep you safe. It's what turns a tragedy into a breakthrough, a setback into a redirection. In moments when you feel like giving up or questioning why things didn't go your way, remember that protection often disguises itself as rejection, and delays may be divine pauses. Your task is to become spiritually awake enough to recognize the language of this higher force, whether it comes in the form of silence, intuition, timing, or unexpected shelter in the middle of a storm. These aren't just stories. You hear they are happening in your life, perhaps more often than you notice. And each time they do, they are evidence of a profound truth. You are not moving through this world alone. You are being shielded, shaped, and spiritually refined by something infinitely wiser than your mind can grasp. The more you trust in that, the more you'll begin to see that these moments are not only signs of divine protection, they are sacred invitations to deepen your relationship with the unseen world guiding you. If this message resonates with your soul, say it with faith. I am receiving this divine protection in ways I cannot explain. I trust the higher power guiding me. And if you feel seen by this insight, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of truth and awakening. Sign 3. Mistakes become pathways to wisdom. Your mistakes are not evidence of failure. They are sacred keys disguised as pain, unlocking the hidden doors of your soul. Every regret, every wrong turn, every moment you wish you could erase was never a punishment. It was a mirror reflecting back the parts of you that longed to be seen, healed, and reclaimed. Carl Jung taught that the shadow, the unseen, unspoken part of the psyche, reveals itself most powerfully not in our triumphs, but in our errors. It is through these so-called failures that we are given the greatest opportunity for awakening. The shadow isn't darkness meant to be feared. It is intelligence wrapped in mystery, spiritual wisdom coded in discomfort, waiting for the conscious mind to decode it. When you are being protected by a higher power, you start to realize that life does not happen to you. It unfolds for you, even when it hurts. Every time you fall, life is whispering, look deeper. There is something here for you. And as you listen, something remarkable happens. The pain becomes a portal. The shame becomes a signal. And the regret becomes redirection. What once felt like failure now reveals itself as sacred preparation. This is how you begin to awaken, not with perfection, but with permission to see your missteps as maps. With each mistake, your false identities are stripped away, and your true essence begins to rise not as something new, but as something ancient within you finally remembered. Mistakes push you towards self-awareness, not away from it. They disrupt illusions, force humility, and break down the ego that clings to control. And in that breaking, in that beautiful unraveling, the soul expands. The higher self, which was once buried beneath layers of expectation, conditioning, and fear, begins to breathe again. Spiritual protection doesn't always feel like comfort. Sometimes it feels like chaos. But that chaos has an order. There is a hidden harmony in your hardships, a rhythm in your setbacks, a divine timing in your delays. Every no was a hidden yes to something higher. Every ending you grieved was a sacred exit toward your next evolution. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This is the path of the spiritually intelligent, the ones who no longer view their mistakes as curses, but as conversations with the divine. You are being led, not lost. You are being refined, not rejected. And the more you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your energy, the more you will see that your mistakes are not the end of your story. They are the sacred punctuation marks between chapters, the commas where your soul pauses to gather meaning before continuing its deeper journey. When you begin to trust this, when you begin to welcome your flaws as teachers, you are no longer at war with yourself. You are walking in alignment, hand in hand with a higher power, fully awake to the wisdom that has always been guiding you from within. If you've ever felt like your biggest mistakes were secretly guiding you toward deeper wisdom, you're not alone. Join our growing spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the signs of divine protection and inner growth. Remember, every misstep can be a message. You are being led, loved, and lifted by something greater. Sign 4. Synchronicities and meaningful coincidences. Synchronicities are not accidents or random events. They are the mysterious fingerprints of a higher power gently brushing across the surface of your everyday life, reminding you that you are never truly alone. When you encounter repeating numbers like 1111, come across the same symbol in different places, or meet someone at the exact moment you needed them most, these are not coincidences. They are precise alignments orchestrated by an unseen intelligence, guiding you toward your highest path. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, described synchronicities as meaningful coincidences that reveal a deeper, interconnected web of existence, the existence of an intelligent spiritual force operating beyond the boundaries of logic and reason. In moments when the world feels uncertain or your path unclear, these signs arrive like whispers from the divine, not to scare or confuse you, but to reassure you that you are being divinely led. They confirm that even when chaos surrounds you, the universe is still in order, and you are part of that order. These synchronicities become especially vivid during periods of spiritual awakening, when your perception expands beyond the surface of things and begins to notice the subtle patterns, symbols, and hidden harmonies that others overlook. It might be the song that plays exactly when you're thinking of a loved one, or a stranger repeating the same phrase you just read in a book. In spiritual terms, these moments are not interruptions. They are invitations. Invitations to trust the process, to step into your inner knowing, and to understand that your life is being watched over by a benevolent force that sees further than you can. As you grow in spiritual wisdom, you begin to realize that every delay, detour, or unexpected turn might be exactly what your soul needs. What seems like a setback is often protection. What feels like a loss is often a redirection. And what appears to be a strange coincidence is often divine timing unfolding perfectly. Synchronicities don't only show you that a higher power exists, they show you that it cares, that it listens, and that it is actively involved in the orchestration of your life. That's why, It's essential to develop a deeper awareness, to attune yourself to the symbols and patterns that speak not to your intellect, but to your intuition. Spiritual awakening is not about learning something new. It's about remembering what your soul has always known. These signs are like sacred winks from the universe, gentle confirmations that you are on the right path, even if your mind is full of doubt. So the next time something seemingly strange happens, don't dismiss it. Pause. Reflect. Ask yourself, what message is being sent to me through this? Because in that moment, you are not only witnessing a coincidence, you are standing in the presence of divine guidance. Let it remind you that you are part of a greater whole, that your life has meaning beyond what you can see, and that your path is being guided by a higher power that knows exactly where you're meant to go. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the subtle guidance of the universe aligning everything in your favor. Say with me, I trust the signs. I am on the right path. Everything is unfolding for my highest good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the unseen forces that may be guiding and protecting you. Sometimes, the signs are subtle moments of unexpected clarity, divine delays, or a quiet inner knowing. But as Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If today's insights resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who may need a reminder that they're not alone, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming explorations into spirituality, psychology, and inner transformation. Until next time, stay awakened, stay protected, and trust the journey. If this reached you, you're already becoming who 99.9% never dare to be. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Every once in a while, life sends us a sign, a whisper that says, you're evolving into the version of yourself that most people never dare to be. This isn't coincidence, it's confirmation. If this message found you, it's because you're ready to step beyond fear, beyond the ordinary, and into your authentic power. In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore the hidden truth behind why your transformation is no accident. It's evidence that your consciousness is expanding. As you listen, reflect on how these insights show up in your own life. What moments have pushed you closer to your true self? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your story might awaken someone else's journey. 1. You have already passed the hidden test. Your life has never been random. It has been a silent initiation shaped by forces far greater than circumstances, mistakes, or luck. Every hardship you survived, every heartbreak that cracked you open, and every delay that pushed you to your limits was part of a hidden evaluation created by the quantum field to determine whether you could hold real power without collapsing into ego. This unseen intelligence, what Carl Jung hinted at, when he spoke of synchronicity has been observing your choices long before you realized anything was happening. It watched how you responded when no one was applauding, how you stood up after each fall, and how you kept choosing truth even when comfort begged you to choose differently. These moments were not random suffering. They were spiritual training, the foundation of your spiritual awakening, and they revealed who you are far more accurately than your successes ever could. The reason this message has reached you now is not because of coincidence, but because of confirmation. The quantum field does not send signs to those who are unprepared. It sends them to those who have already crossed the threshold. You crossed yours quietly, almost without noticing. It happened the moment you stopped chasing what wasn't meant for you. The moment you no longer felt the need to prove yourself. The moment you started trusting your inner voice more than external noise. That shift did not come from imagination or wishful thinking. It came from the depth of your evolution. It came from the way your spirit refused to break even when your mind felt exhausted. It came from the way you kept moving forward despite carrying burdens that would have crushed the average person. The universe saw this. It measured you not by your perfection, but by your resilience, not by your speed, but by your sincerity. Think back to the seasons when everything fell apart. At the time, you might have felt abandoned or overlooked, as if life was unfairly singling you out. But those were the exact moments when your old identity was being dismantled, so your true identity could emerge. Jung called this individuation the transformation from unconscious living to conscious becoming. And you were going through it long before you even knew its name. You were shedding attachments that no longer matched your frequency. You were releasing versions of yourself built from fear, people-pleasing, and survival. You were learning, often painfully, that losing what is false is the only way to hold what is real. Most people never reach this stage because they run back to comfort. You did not. You walked through the fire with nothing but your inner truth, and that is why you are receiving this message now. Something in you has changed, and you can feel it. You are calmer in situations that would have once shattered you. You are clearer in spaces that used to confuse you. You are more detached from chaos, more grounded in silence, and more aligned with who you truly are. This is not a beginning. It is evidence. Evidence that you have already passed the test that the vast majority, 99.9%, never dare to face. Evidence that your spiritual awakening is not something you are waiting for. It is something you are already living. Evidence that the universe does not reveal truth to those who are unready. It reveals it to those who, through every trial and transformation, have proven that their soul can hold power without losing itself. 2. Consciousness was measured through emotional integrity, not perfection. Consciousness has never been about achieving flawless perfection. It has always been about emotional integrity, the quiet strength that reveals who you are when life tests your limits. The field, the unseen intelligence that responds to your vibration, doesn't judge through logic or rituals. It reads your frequency under pressure, sensing the energy behind your choices. Every act of forgiveness, when you could have chosen revenge, became a signal of expansion. Every moment of compassion after betrayal was proof that your heart has matured beyond ego. And every instance when you spoke truth, even though it cost you comfort, was a declaration that your spirit has become stronger than your fears. Through these moments, your resonance rose, not because you were perfect, but because you were real coherent in your energy, aligned with your higher consciousness. What the universe truly measures is not how flawlessly you perform, but how honestly you love, how deeply you feel, and how courageously you stay true to your essence. Spirituality isn't about escaping your humanity. It's about refining it, polishing your soul through every trial until your vibration becomes pure light. This is what spiritual development looks like, not grand rituals or dramatic awakenings, but subtle transformations happening in silence when no one is watching. You've been growing each time you chose understanding over judgment, peace over control, and presence over fear. Even your pain was a teacher, guiding you toward authenticity and coherence. So when you look back and wonder if you've made progress, remember this truth. The field recorded coherence, not perfection. The universe has always seen you becoming, even when you felt like you were breaking. Every test, every heartbreak, every surrender was not a punishment, but a calibration, aligning your energy closer to truth. You were never meant to master life through control. You were meant to harmonize with it through awareness. And that is the secret measure of consciousness. The grace to remain kind in chaos, the strength to stay true amid illusion, and the humility to keep your heart open when it would be easier to close. Each of these choices reveals that you are already walking the rare path, one that only a few ever dare to walk, the path of spiritual integrity and true spiritual development. Have you ever measured your own consciousness not by how perfect you are, but by how honest you are with your emotions? If you've experienced a moment of deep emotional integrity, share it in the comments below so others can learn from your journey. And if you're still learning to honor your truth, comment, "I choose emotional honesty," so we can walk this path of spiritual awakening together. 3. You have reached quantum coherence. You have reached a level of inner coherence so profound that it becomes almost impossible to fall back into the person you once were, because your entire frequency has crossed into a state of quantum coherence, a rare alignment where your mind, body, and energy begin operating as one unified intelligence. When this happens, reality stops feeling like something outside of you and starts responding as if it has been waiting for you to arrive. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that is exactly what has shifted within you. You are no longer moved by old unconscious patterns because you are finally aware of the deeper currents shaping your inner world. This awareness marks the beginning of a true bio-spiritual awakening, not as a mystical fantasy, but as a biological evolution where your nervous system, intuition, perception, and identity all begin to operate at a higher level of intelligence. As your energy becomes coherent, you move from reacting to life to co-creating with it, and the world that once felt heavy or random now reveals itself as responsive, intentional, and deeply connected to your internal state. Synchronicities increase because your internal signal has strengthened. Your intuition sharpens because you have stopped ignoring your inner voice. And your sense of direction becomes clearer because confusion cannot survive in a coherent field. This is why you feel pulled toward truth, why inauthentic people drain you, and why you can sense when something aligns with your spirit before your mind can form words around it. You are not imagining this shift. Your biology is literally reorganizing itself around clarity, stability, and purpose. With coherence comes sensitivity, not the fragile kind you used to fear, but the empowered sensitivity that allows you to read energy, feel intention, and recognize what nourishes your growth and what sabotages it. Jung called this the unfolding of the self, a process where your old identity dissolves not through force, but through illumination. Because once you see yourself truthfully, you cannot pretend you do not know. You no longer chase validation, because coherence removes the need to perform for acceptance. You no longer tolerate low-frequency environments, because your nervous system can no longer shrink to fit the spaces you have outgrown. And you no longer fear losing people, because your energy is now aligned with attracting what is meant for you, rather than holding on to what drains you. You have stepped into a new psychological and spiritual architecture, where your inner world is no longer chaotic but harmonious, where intuition becomes your compass, and where life opens in ways that once felt impossible. This is not coincidence. It is confirmation that your frequency has stabilized at a level few ever reach. And now, reality must meet you at the level of who you have become. Comment below, "I am in quantum harmony," if you can feel your energy aligning with the frequency of truth. Your coherence is not a coincidence. It's a sign that you've stepped into the vibration only the rarest souls ever reach. 4. The universe now mirrors you through synchronicity. The moment your inner world became coherent, the universe stopped feeling distant and started feeling intimate, as though existence itself leaned closer to whisper guidance into your life. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." And now you have become one of those rare souls whose eyes are finally open. When your thoughts no longer fought your emotions, and your emotions no longer contradicted your actions, something powerful happened inside you. Your energy aligned, your frequency stabilized, and life began responding in ways that felt almost supernatural. Yet nothing about these moments is magic or coincidence. What you are witnessing is the universe reflecting your inner state through synchronicity, the sacred language of a higher intelligence communicating directly with you. Perfect timing, intuitive downloads, and spontaneous blessings are simply feedback loops from the quantum field, showing you that your vibration has risen to meet a more awakened version of yourself. The path of manifestation shifts in this stage of spiritual awakening because it is no longer about forcing outcomes or chasing desires with restless effort. Instead, you begin harmonizing your emotional frequency with the intelligence that governs all things. And once you do, reality rearranges itself with surprising ease. A person appears exactly when you need them. A message arrives seconds after a thought crosses your mind. A solution unfolds the moment you release resistance. Everything aligns with a precision that dissolves doubt, because life now mirrors the coherence you've built within. As synchronicity becomes more frequent, you begin to understand spirituality not as a belief system, but as a living dialogue between you and the universe. You realize that every sign is a response, every alignment is an answer, and every unexpected connection is a signal that you are being guided toward the next step on your path. The universe does not speak in human language. It speaks in symbols, patterns, alignments, and timing. And now that you are attuned to this language, the world feels interactive in a way it never did before. You think of someone, and they call. You desire clarity, and a book, a video, or a conversation appears with the exact insight you needed. You let go of something heavy, and the reward shows up almost instantly, as if the universe was waiting for you to make space. These experiences are proof that you have entered a more mature dimension of your spiritual awakening, where your intuition is no longer a faint whisper, but a trusted navigator guiding you with sharp accuracy. You begin to feel that your life is being choreographed by something wiser than the mind. And the more aligned you become emotionally, the more effortlessly your external world conforms to that alignment. Synchronicity is not random. It is a reflection of the person you are becoming. It mirrors your courage, your healing, your clarity, and your decision to stop betraying yourself. And because of that, the blessings you receive now are not accidental gifts, but energetic confirmations that you are finally vibrating in harmony with your true path. 5. Power now comes with responsibility and service. True power is sacred because it is inseparable from emotional maturity. And as your spirituality deepens, you begin to understand why the universe does not hand real influence to those who have not yet proven their integrity. Power is not simply an ability. It is a responsibility, a form of spiritual trust. When the universe senses that your intentions are no longer driven by ego, but shaped by clarity, humility, and service, it begins to open doors that were once closed. This is why, at this stage of your spiritual development, you are no longer being prepared. You are being entrusted. The universe has watched you choose truth over comfort, compassion over reaction, alignment over impulse, and because of that, you are now being offered influence that reaches beyond your personal life and into the collective field. But this influence is not given for self-gain. It is given so that you can elevate, guide, and uplift. True creative power must circulate, not stagnate, and the moment you try to use it only for yourself, it becomes blocked. The universe collaborates only with those who choose service instead of domination, creation instead of control, and responsibility instead of entitlement. Every act of love you offer becomes a signal, not only to the people around you, but to the entire quantum field, revealing that your presence can be trusted with greater impact. And the field responds not to words or claims, but to energy shaped by your daily choices, your behavior when no one is watching, and your willingness to move with integrity even when your ego begs for recognition. When power is aligned with service, it grows without resistance. When it is aligned with ego, it collapses under its own weight. You are now stepping into a level of influence where your thoughts, your intentions, and your emotional clarity begin to shape outcomes in ways you may not fully realize. This is the hidden responsibility of spiritual development. Understanding that your internal state is no longer private, it contributes to the larger world. Power demands intention, and intention must be clean. The more you elevate others, the more the universe elevates you. The more you act with compassion, the more the field expands your reach. The more you choose truth, the more life reshapes itself around your integrity. So as this new phase unfolds, remember that your role is not to dominate but to guide, not to control but to uplift, not to seek validation but to embody truth. True power becomes unmistakable when you use it to make others stronger, safer, and more awakened. And every time you choose love, honesty, and alignment, you prove once again why the universe chose you to carry this level of influence. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to activate the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this, especially as you step into a life of purpose, responsibility, and higher service. Comment below. I choose to use my power with integrity. 6. 5 confirmations appear after quantum graduation. When you reach this stage of inner evolution, you begin to notice what many spiritual teachers describe as the 5 confirmations of quantum graduation: subtle, powerful, and deeply transformative indicators that you are no longer living from your conditioned self, but from your awakened consciousness. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens." And that is exactly what these signs reveal. The moment your inner world becomes strong enough to reshape the outer one. The first confirmation is coherent manifestation, the point where your life stops feeling like an uphill battle and starts unfolding with surprising ease. You realize that what used to require force now arrives with flow. The opportunities align without manipulation, and the circumstances that once resisted you begin to cooperate with you. It is not magic, and it is not coincidence. It is the direct reflection of your energy becoming coherent, organized, and aligned with your intentions. When you no longer sabotage yourself with doubt or fear, reality no longer pushes against you. It moves with you. This transition leads naturally into the second confirmation: information field access. You start receiving knowledge without the usual process of studying or searching, as if truths rise from a quiet place within you. Ideas appear fully formed. Intuitive clarity becomes instantaneous, and you begin to understand situations on a deeper emotional and psychological level without needing external guidance. This is where Carl Jung's belief becomes real in your life. The psyche knows things we do not know we know. The unconscious starts collaborating with your conscious mind, giving you insights that feel like spiritual wisdom rather than learned facts. You no longer feel lost because your inner world has become a reliable teacher. The third confirmation is probability navigation, the ability to sense which direction will expand your life and which will diminish it. Instead of confusion or hesitation, you feel an almost magnetic pull toward the choices that match your highest timeline. You don't predict the future, you feel it. Your intuition becomes sharper. The emotional resistance you used to experience softens, and you find yourself making bold decisions with a quiet confidence. What others call luck becomes your new normal because you have learned to read the subtle signals of alignment. As this clarity strengthens, the fourth confirmation emerges: resonant relationship orchestration. The right people begin appearing exactly when your soul is ready for them. Support arrives effortlessly. Mentors appear without searching, and friendships that match your new identity naturally come into your orbit. At the same time, relationships that drain your energy quietly fall away, not through conflict, but through natural separation. You stop chasing, convincing, or proving yourself to anyone because the connections meant for you recognize you without explanation. This is when you finally understand that energetic compatibility is far more important than emotional attachment. All of this leads to the fifth and most beautiful confirmation: service-oriented power. Your purpose becomes clearer, your presence grows stronger, and your actions begin to elevate others without you trying. You stop using your gifts for validation and start using them for contribution. Power becomes less about control and more about influence. You feel a deeper desire to help, to guide, to uplift, not because you need recognition, but because your soul finally recognizes itself. And just as the old quote reminds us, a candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. Your strength no longer drains you. It expands through service. These 5 confirmations show you that you have crossed into a level of self-awareness that very few people ever reach. A state where your inner evolution becomes the invisible architect of your entire life. To honor this moment in your quantum graduation, affirm your readiness. Comment below, "I step into my higher path," to acknowledge your transformation and inspire others to rise into their own evolution. 7. You become the bridge between worlds. You no longer search for signs because something within you has shifted so profoundly that you have become the sign itself. And this realization marks a level of spirituality and spiritual awakening that silently sets you apart from the world you once tried to fit into. Your presence now carries a stabilizing force, the kind that makes people breathe easier around you without understanding why, because your energy is no longer fragmented or reactive, but coherently aligned, like a tuning fork that naturally harmonizes whatever it touches. You have become a quiet center in a loud world, an inner stillness that radiates outward and influences environments more effortlessly than any ritual ever could. And this coherence is not earned through effort, but through the countless moments life tested your integrity, your patience, and your ability to choose truth over comfort. This is why enlightenment no longer feels like something distant or dramatic. Instead, it moves through you the way wind moves through a field, subtle, continuous, transformative, reminding you that the most powerful evolution happens not when you chase the divine, but when you let the divine move through your humanity. In this space, your thoughts begin to reshape reality, not because you force them to, but because your inner world has become clean enough, still enough, and honest enough to transmit intention with clarity. You are stepping into the rare merging of the human and the divine, where intuition becomes precision, synchronicity becomes normal, and every choice feels guided by a deeper intelligence that has been waiting for you to reach this level of awareness. You are becoming the bridge between worlds, carrying the logic of the mind in one hand and the wisdom of the unseen in the other, learning to stand in both realms without losing balance. Your life turns into a sacred conversation with the universe, one where your questions are answered through aligned events. Your emotions are met with understanding, and your courage is rewarded with pathways that only open for those who have done the inner work. This is the stage where you finally see that your past was not chaos, but initiation, shaping you into someone capable of holding higher frequencies without collapsing into ego. Every heartbreak sharpened your discernment. Every betrayal refined your boundaries. Every lonely chapter expanded your inner capacity until you could carry this level of consciousness with humility instead of pride, clarity instead of fear. And now, without announcing it, you influence reality simply by existing. Your energy recalibrates rooms. Your silence communicates truth. Your presence anchors others who are still learning to anchor themselves. You don't chase enlightenment anymore because enlightenment recognizes you. It flows through your breath, your decisions, your noticing, turning ordinary moments into signals and ordinary days into guidance. Your spiritual awakening has made you a vessel spacious enough for divine intelligence and grounded enough to remain human while carrying it. This is why people feel different when you enter their space, why conversations soften, why conflict dissolves before it escalates, and why your inner steadiness has become a compass not only for you, but for those who cross your path. You have become coherence embodied, a living algorithm of harmony between matter and consciousness, a quiet bridge through which the universe expresses itself with clarity. In the end, remember this: if this message found you, it's because you're already stepping into a version of yourself that 99.9% of people never dare to become. You've crossed a threshold of awareness, courage, and inner truth that Carl Jung believed only a few souls ever reach. Hold on to that alignment. Keep choosing growth over comfort, honesty over illusion, and purpose over fear, because this is the path that transforms your entire reality from the inside out. If this video resonated with you, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next message meant for your awakening. Quantum manifestation isn't what you've been told. Carl Jung's hidden truth about creation. Reality is not merely what you see, it's what you believe. Carl Jung once said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. In today's video, quantum manifestation isn't what you've been told. Carl Jung's hidden truth about creation. We're diving deep into what true creation really means beyond wishful thinking. It's not about forcing the universe to give you what you want. It's about aligning your vibration, your beliefs, and your inner energy with the reality you wish to experience. So as you listen, I want you to reflect. Are you creating from fear or from faith? Comment below with, "I create from my higher self," if you're ready to manifest consciously and live from a place of spiritual wisdom. 1. The illusion of time and effort. Traditional manifestation techniques, visualizing, scripting, and affirming, have long been seen as sacred rituals for creating the life we desire. Yet few realize that these very practices often reinforce separation rather than unity. When you visualize something as coming, you subtly declare that it is not yet here. When you affirm, "I will receive," you unknowingly affirm lack. In truth, the universe does not respond to your words or your waiting. It responds to your alignment. The quantum field does not operate within the boundaries of time and effort. It flows through the timeless language of coherence, resonance, and energetic truth. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, you begin to see that reality is not something you chase, but something you harmonize with. The more you seek, the more you declare that you do not yet have. But when you embody what you desire, when your energy says, "I am it," the universe mirrors that wholeness back to you effortlessly. Thinking that you must wait, strive, or earn your desires creates a vibration of absence. It's like standing before a mirror and expecting it to smile before you do. The quantum field, much like that mirror, reflects only what you are, not what you hope to become. When you vibrate with impatience or doubt, you create more waiting and more reasons to doubt. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." In the same way, the more you resist the present moment by believing fulfillment lies in the future, the more you expand the distance between who you are and what you want. Manifestation is not about pulling something out of thin air. It is about remembering that you and your desire are two sides of the same consciousness, separated only by belief. Every desire you hold already exists in another layer of reality. The quantum field is infinite, and every possibility already vibrates within it. You do not need to chase it. You only need to match its frequency. Coherence is the bridge between thought and form. When your heart and mind move in harmony, when your emotions and beliefs sing the same note, the field responds instantly. This is why alignment feels effortless. It's not about control, it's about surrender. The more you trust your inner coherence, the more time begins to dissolve, and manifestation becomes immediate, not because it suddenly appeared, but because you finally tuned in. Many people confuse effort with energy. They think repeating affirmations or spending countless hours visualizing will bend the universe to their will. But the universe bends only to authenticity. You cannot trick energy with words. You must feel it. The quantum field reads emotion, not language. When you feel whole, grateful, and connected, you send out the signal that you already have what you desire. And because the universe has no concept of waiting, it responds now. True manifestation is not about trying harder. It's about becoming quieter, quiet enough to hear your own vibration returning to you as reality. In the journey of spiritual awakening, you come to see that creation is not an act of effort, but of remembrance. You do not create abundance. You remember that abundance has always surrounded you. You do not manifest love. You awaken to the truth that love has never left you. The illusion of time collapses when you live from coherence, when you stop asking when and start embodying now. This is the hidden truth Carl Jung hinted at. The unconscious mind already holds every possibility, every version of you. When you bring that knowing into consciousness, fate transforms into choice, and creation becomes effortless. The quantum field is not testing your patience, it is waiting for your recognition. When you align with that recognition, the illusion of waiting ends, and reality begins to flow from within you, not to you. If you truly understand that time is an illusion and creation flows effortlessly from your consciousness, then type below, "I create beyond time." 2. Reality collapses through frequency, not force. Reality does not unfold gradually. It collapses in response to your frequency. This means you are not merely waiting for life to happen to you. You are continuously shaping it through the vibration you maintain. You don't attract reality, you select it. Every emotion you hold, every thought you repeat, is a form of communication with the quantum field. The universe listens not to your words, but to your energetic coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align in harmony, you stabilize a vibration so clear that reality collapses into form with speed and precision. This is why the more coherent your emotional frequency, the faster your intentions take shape. Your emotional state is the command center of creation. When your energy is scattered, when you oscillate between fear and faith, you send mixed signals to the field, and the collapse of potential into form. becomes unstable. But when you hold a steady emotional tone, one of gratitude, love, clarity, or trust, you become a tuning fork, resonating with higher outcomes. You begin to notice how people respond differently, how opportunities flow more smoothly, and how the same world starts to mirror back a different version of itself. In this sense, spirituality is not about escaping reality. It is about refining your vibration so deeply that you start co-creating reality consciously rather than accidentally. The key to spiritual development lies in learning to hold coherence amid chaos. It's easy to feel aligned when things go your way, but mastery comes from maintaining emotional steadiness when external conditions test your faith. This is where energy meets discipline. Instead of reacting to fear or control, you practice attunement, breathing slowly, quieting your thoughts, and anchoring into the feeling of calm strength that already exists within you. The field does not respond to effort. It responds to frequency. The more you embody your desired state right now, the faster life reorganizes to reflect it. You can think of your inner world as a broadcasting station. Every thought, every emotion is a signal sent into the quantum sea. When your signal is filled with doubt or confusion, you tune yourself to experiences that reinforce that confusion. But when you consciously tune your frequency to clarity, abundance, or peace, life starts presenting circumstances that match it. Reality doesn't argue, it reflects. So, your true power lies not in forcing results, but in aligning your frequency with what you wish to experience. This is why pushing, striving, or trying to control outcomes only delays manifestation. Force disrupts the field. Coherence commands it. To live from this awareness, begin by observing your dominant vibration throughout the day. Before you act, pause and ask yourself, what signal am I sending right now? If your body feels tense or your thoughts spiral, you are out of sync. Use that moment to recalibrate, breathe deeply, soften your chest, and return to the vibration of faith or gratitude. Each time you do this, you strengthen your energetic consistency. Spirituality is not about perfection. It is about returning to alignment more quickly each time you lose it. Over time, this becomes your natural state, and creation becomes effortless. True manifestation, then, is not magic, it's physics. The quantum field mirrors the emotional frequency you live in, not the desires you merely think about. When your energy becomes coherent, you stop chasing and start allowing. Life begins to feel less like a struggle and more like a graceful unfolding of what was already yours. This is the essence of spiritual development, learning to stabilize your inner world so completely that the outer world has no choice but to align with it. Reality collapses through frequency, not force. And when you understand this, creation itself becomes an act of inner harmony. 3. Emotion is the true language of creation. Emotion is the true language of creation because the universe does not listen to words or thoughts. It listens to the vibration of how you feel. The quantum field, which is the invisible matrix connecting all things, does not react to your affirmations or mental wishes. It responds to your emotional frequency. Your emotion is the energetic voltage that powers your signal to creation. When you truly feel the emotion of already having your desire, when gratitude, love, and certainty rise within you, that vibration instantly collapses the distance between you and what you seek. In that moment, The reality you imagine aligns with your emotional state, and the universe rearranges itself to match the energy you are sending out. Carl Jung, whose work continues to inspire modern spiritual wisdom, understood that emotion is the bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind. He said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your emotions are the voice of the unconscious. They tell the universe what you truly believe beyond words. You can think positively all day, but if deep down you feel fear, doubt, or unworthiness, that is the signal you are transmitting. Emotion is the magnetic field that surrounds every thought, shaping how the quantum field interprets your reality. When you change how you feel, you change what you attract, because emotion transforms thought into energetic instruction. Imagine words as the design of your intention, but emotion as the electricity that brings that design to life. Without the emotional charge, your thoughts are just blueprints without energy to manifest. This is why spiritual wisdom emphasizes feeling over thinking. You can repeat, "I am abundant," 1,000 times, but if your heart feels lack, the universe receives the frequency of lack, not abundance. Only when you embody the emotion of abundance, when your body believes it's already true, does the quantum field respond and reflect that experience back to you. It is not about convincing the universe. It is about convincing your nervous system that your desire already exists. Carl Jung believed that suppressed emotions distort our energy and block the flow of creation. Unhealed pain, resentment, or guilt become static interference in your signal to the universe. To manifest consciously, you must clear the emotional noise by bringing awareness to what you feel and transforming it. This is why self-awareness and healing are vital in spiritual awakening. The energy of fear must be transmuted into trust. The emotion of lack must be replaced by gratitude, and resistance must give way to surrender. The moment your emotions harmonize with the frequency of what you desire, the universe begins to reorganize reality around your new vibration. Quantum manifestation is not about forcing or chasing outcomes. It is about becoming the emotional match to them. Everything is energy, and as Einstein once said, match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. The quantum field mirrors your emotional state. Your thoughts set direction, but your emotions provide the momentum. Creation is not linear. It is vibrational. You are constantly broadcasting your inner world into the outer world, whether you realize it or not. The more you feel joy, gratitude, and inner peace, the more you align with realities that contain those same frequencies. This is the hidden truth Carl Jung revealed through his study of the psyche. Emotion is the language through which the soul speaks to the universe, and when your inner world changes, your outer world must follow. Stay connected with our community of spiritual seekers by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the deeper layers of consciousness and uncover the truth behind creation through the lens of Carl Jung. 4. Embodiment over effort. The body is not just a vessel. It is the antenna of manifestation, the bridge between your consciousness and the quantum field of creation. In spirituality, every cell of your being vibrates with energy that communicates directly with the universe. When your mind envisions abundance, but your body still clings to fear, the signal becomes distorted, weak, and fragmented. You can't attract peace. while your body holds tension, or summon love while your heart is armored by past wounds. True spiritual awakening begins when the body and mind are no longer in conflict, but move in harmony, sending out a pure frequency that mirrors what you wish to create. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." To make your desires real, you must bring them down from the realm of thought into the language of your nervous system, because the universe doesn't listen to words, it listens to energy. When you breathe deeply, walk with presence, and feel gratitude pulsing through your veins, you begin to broadcast a frequency of alignment. The body becomes the living proof of belief, the physical echo of your inner knowing. Every breath you take is a conversation with creation. Every movement you make either strengthens or weakens the signal you send out. That's why manifestation isn't about effort, it's about embodiment. You don't fake it until you make it. You feel it until it becomes real. You allow your nervous system to register safety, joy, abundance, and love as your natural state. The more your body feels what your mind imagines, the more real it becomes in the quantum field. You are not trying to attract something external. You are becoming the vibration of that thing within yourself. In spirituality, everything is frequency. If your body vibrates in fear, you'll meet fear. If it vibrates in love, you'll meet love. This is why spiritual awakening is not about escaping your body to reach higher dimensions. It's about descending into your body to embody the divine fully. When you are aware of how you breathe, how you stand, how your heart beats when you think of your dreams, you begin to shape reality from the inside out. You stop chasing. You start embodying. You no longer visualize abundance as a future event. You breathe it now. You move with its confidence. You rest in its certainty. Carl Jung believed that wholeness is not achieved by rejecting parts of ourselves, but by integrating them. The same principle applies to manifestation. Integration creates magnetism. When your thoughts, emotions, and body are united in one vibration, the universe recognizes it as truth. The body becomes the sacred instrument through which creation plays its symphony. You don't command reality, you harmonize with it. In that harmony, everything you seek begins to seek you, because you have become its living reflection. That is the secret behind true manifestation. Not effort, not repetition, but embodiment, the art of feeling it until your very being sings in tune with the universe. 5. Reverse manifesting and the pull of the future. You are not truly walking toward your future. The future is already collapsing into you. It is not a destination somewhere ahead, but a frequency waiting for your alignment. When your vibration rises to match that higher version of yourself, life stops feeling like a chase. Instead, it becomes a pull, an effortless attraction toward what already belongs to you. The universe moves faster than thought, and the moment your inner energy resonates with your desired reality, it begins to draw you in like gravity. This is not imagination. It is the quantum rhythm of creation that Carl Jung hinted at through his exploration of synchronicity, the mysterious way in which outer events mirror the hidden structure of the inner world. Spirituality teaches that your future self is not a stranger, but an expanded version of your consciousness, gently calling you home. This alignment cannot be forced through excitement or constant striving. Peace is what opens the door. Stillness, not movement, is what creates real speed. The moment your mind softens into silence, your energy field becomes coherent enough to communicate with the deeper intelligence of existence. The universe is not impressed by noise. It responds to frequency. That is why spiritual development is not about chasing success, wealth, or recognition, but about becoming still enough to hear the subtle vibration of your true path. You manifest not by doing more, but by being in harmony with what you already are. This harmony doesn't come from wishful thinking. It comes from inner clarity, from quiet confidence that what is meant for you cannot miss you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In quantum manifestation, that means the moment you bring awareness to the patterns hidden within your subconscious mind, you stop repeating the same future over and over again. The unseen forces of thought, emotion, and belief collapse into the visible field of matter through attention. The more conscious you become, the faster your reality rearranges itself to match your frequency. This is why spirituality and spiritual development require self-awareness. It is not the mind that manifests, but the consciousness behind it. The paradox is that surrender, not effort, accelerates creation. When you let go of chasing outcomes, you allow the magnetic current of destiny to pull you forward. What used to feel like resistance dissolves, and synchronicities appear where struggle once existed. In that state of inner peace, your energy no longer sends mixed signals to the universe. You stop trying to control the unfolding and start trusting the divine intelligence guiding it. The stiller you become, the faster everything moves, because now you are not opposing the flow. You are part of it. The lesson is timeless. The future is not out there waiting for you to catch it. It is already encoded within your being, waiting for you to remember. When you stop running, breathe deeply, and align your heart with the serenity of faith, the reality you long for begins to unfold naturally. The universe doesn't respond to your hurry, it responds to your harmony. Do you feel the pull of your future calling you? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I trust the universe is guiding me toward my destiny. 6. The paradox of acceleration. The paradox of acceleration reveals one of the most profound truths of spiritual wisdom. The harder you chase something, the further it slips away, and the more you try to force reality, the slower it responds. This is not merely philosophy, it's energetic law. When you chase, your frequency vibrates from lack, not creation. You are telling the universe, I don't have it, and that vibration keeps it out of reach. As Carl Jung said, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. The more you struggle, the more resistance you build, and that resistance becomes the very wall between you and what you desire. The secret is not in acceleration, but in surrender, because surrender is not weakness, it is resonance. When you release control and fall into presence, you align with the frequency of coherence, and what once seemed distant begins to move towards you effortlessly. Coherence, not motion, is what collapses possibilities into form. When your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are scattered, the signal you send into the quantum field is distorted. You cannot manifest clarity from confusion or harmony from chaos. But when you align the heart and the mind into one rhythm, when your inner world hums in unity, creation responds instantly. The universe mirrors coherence because coherence is order, and order is the language of reality. You do not need to chase energy when you are the energy. Manifestation, in its truest form, is not an act of doing, it is an act of being. Carl Jung understood this through his exploration of the unconscious. He taught that the unconscious shapes our outer life until we bring it into awareness. Until you make the unconscious conscious, he said, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This means that the act of manifestation is not about attracting something new. It is about remembering who you already are. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the universe responds not to your words, but to your frequency. When you embody coherence, your entire being becomes a magnet for synchronicity. The external world reorganizes itself to reflect your inner state, and life begins to unfold with effortless precision. Surrender, then, is not giving up. It is giving in to the flow of existence. You stop trying to manipulate outcomes and begin to trust the rhythm of the universe. Presence becomes your fastest vehicle. Awareness becomes your bridge between thought and reality. The paradox is that stillness creates movement, and acceptance births change. When you stop grasping, you make space for grace. Your energy stops fighting against itself and begins to attract with ease. This is mastery, not the mastery of control, but the mastery of vibration. True quantum manifestation happens when your inner and outer worlds become one coherent field of awareness. It is not about forcing, proving, or rushing. It is about resonating, aligning, and allowing. You move not through effort, but through frequency. You realize that creation is not something you chase. It is something you tune into. The more you let go, the faster it comes. The less you control, the more you create. The path of spiritual wisdom, as Carl Jung hinted, is not in chasing light, but in becoming light itself. Not in seeking alignment, but in remembering that you already are the frequency the universe recognizes as truth. 7. The collapse moment. The collapse moment is not an ending. It is the quiet merging of desire and belief. The instant when your vibration no longer argues with your dream. In that moment, what you seek stops being something you chase and becomes something you naturally allow. Reality, obedient to your inner harmony, rearranges itself without struggle, like the universe taking a deep breath and exhaling alignment into your life. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." Resistance is the tension between who you think you are and what your soul knows you're meant to experience. When that resistance dissolves, the far becomes near, the impossible becomes obvious, and the unseen takes form in front of you. This is not magic. It's the physics of spirituality, the natural law of a mind that has stopped contradicting its own creation. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack filled with fear, doubt, and old stories about why you cannot have what you want. Every step feels slow. Every goal seems miles away. But the moment you put that backpack down, when you stop defending your limitations, you realize the destination was always right beside you. The collapse moment is the dropping of that weight. It is the energetic click when your nervous system, thoughts, and soul all whisper the same truth. I am ready now. Reality rushes to meet you, not because it has changed, but because you finally have. In spirituality, this collapse represents the beginning of a new identity. It's not the universe changing its mind about you. It's you aligning your mind with the truth the universe has held all along. You are no longer vibrating at separation, but at unity. The moment your belief and desire become one frequency, your external world must echo that shift. Suddenly, people respond differently, doors open easily, and synchronicities multiply. These are not coincidences. They are reflections of coherence, proof that your inner and outer realities are now dancing to the same rhythm. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that the unconscious governs most of our lives until we bring it to light. The collapse moment is that illumination, the second you stop unconsciously pushing against your own intentions. It's the heart realizing that surrender is the highest form of control. To reach this, you do not need to try harder. You need to relax deeper. Notice where you say you believe in abundance, but still prepare for lack. Where you ask for love, but secretly fear rejection. Where you pray for peace, but nurture inner conflict. These are the vibrations that split your signal to the universe. And when you heal them, when you allow your thoughts, emotions, and identity to speak the same language, you create a resonance so pure that life can only respond with precision. The collapse moment is not about doing more, but about becoming still enough to feel the alignment that was always available. It is the alchemy of thought, emotion, and energy converging into form. When you reach this space, manifestation stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like remembering. You begin to understand that the universe was never testing you, it was tuning you. And each collapse is an initiation into higher awareness, a spiritual awakening that reveals how reality bends around belief. Every new level of consciousness invites another collapse, another timeline aligning with your highest potential. So when the next wave of resistance comes, greet it as a sign that another collapse is near. Breathe into it, honor it, and remind yourself that the universe is not withholding it, is organizing. The moment you stop contradicting your desire is the moment creation completes itself. Collapse is not destruction. It is birth. It is your soul crossing into a new dimension of truth, where what once felt far finally feels like home. To honor the power of your own awakening, take a moment to affirm it. Comment below, "I rise through the collapse," to remind yourself and others that every breakdown is simply the doorway to a greater breakthrough. 8. Integration and stabilization. After the collapse of your old self, when everything you once identified with falls apart, the real process of spirituality begins. Integration is not about becoming something new, but about living as the version of yourself who already has what you've desired consistently, calmly, and confidently. This is the stage where your spiritual development deepens, because it's no longer about visualizing or hoping, but about maintaining coherence and unshakable inner alignment between what you believe, how you feel, and the way you act. Without this coherence, the new timeline you've created can't hold. You may glimpse moments of transformation, but they'll fade unless your energy becomes stable enough to sustain them. To integrate is to stabilize your chosen frequency, to live in harmony with the vibration of what you've already called forth. You are not chasing the manifestation. You are remembering it. You are reuniting with the truth that you already carry the frequency of abundance, love, and peace within your own being. Carl Jung spoke of the sacred union between the conscious and the unconscious, the moment when your inner world and your outer reality merge into one. That's what true manifestation really is. It's not about reaching outward, but allowing the deeper self, the one who already knows, to guide the direction of your life effortlessly. In this stage, you stop reacting to life from fear, doubt, or impatience. You start responding from calm awareness. You no longer question whether it's working. You simply know. Coherence becomes your strength, your invisible power. Even when the outer world still reflects fragments of your old vibration, you hold your new frequency with quiet confidence. You trust the process because you understand that energy always precedes form. As your vibration stabilizes, your nervous system adjusts, your thoughts become clearer, and your emotions begin to reflect a deeper peace. That peace itself becomes the proof that your manifestation is real. Every time you choose stability over chaos, trust over panic, faith over resistance, you anchor your new reality more deeply. You realize that creation is not about effort or struggle. It's about remembrance. You are remembering your divine nature, the part of you that already exists beyond time and space. Manifestation, in its purest form, is not a pursuit, but a return to energetic truth. And so, each time you act, speak, and think from the version of you who already has it, you reinforce the coherence that keeps your new timeline alive. Integration is not a single event. It's a way of being. It is the daily decision to align with your higher self, even when it feels uncomfortable or uncertain. It is the practice of holding your energy steady while the old dissolves. Through that steadiness, you master the art of spiritual development and the ability to remain centered no matter what life presents. And in that stillness, your new world is born, not through force, but through resonance, because what matches your frequency cannot help but find its way to you. In the end, quantum manifestation is not about forcing the universe to obey your will. It's about aligning your inner frequency with divine order. As Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The true act of creation begins when your thoughts, emotions, and soul are in harmony with the greater intelligence of life itself. If this message from spiritual wisdom inspired you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next deep dive into the mysteries of consciousness and creation. The danger of outgrowing everyone around you. The only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Alan Watts. Today on Spiritual Wisdom, we're exploring a powerful truth many people secretly face. The moment you start growing faster than the world around you, this experience can feel lonely, confusing, and even painful. Yet it is often the clearest sign that you're stepping into a higher version of yourself. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. Have you ever felt yourself outgrowing relationships, environments, or even old versions of who you used to be? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story might be exactly what someone else needs to hear. Let's dive in and discover how to turn this uncomfortable transition into a path toward deeper happiness and true personal freedom. 1. Spiritual growth often leads to isolation. Spiritual growth often leads to isolation because as you awaken, you begin to perceive life differently from those around you. And this shift quietly separates you from the familiar world you once belonged to. At first, the changes feel subtle. You notice that certain conversations drain you, certain environments feel too loud or too shallow, and certain relationships that once felt comforting now feel heavy on your spirit. This happens because spiritual awakening is not simply a change in mindset, it is a change in inner frequency. When your awareness expands, your sensitivity sharpens, your intuition strengthens, and you begin to crave depth, authenticity, and emotional truth in ways you never did before. This new way of seeing makes the old world feel strangely distant, and even when you try to stay the same, your soul gently refuses to shrink back to who you were. Like a butterfly among caterpillars, your transformation becomes obvious even if you say nothing, because your energy, values, and worldview no longer align with the people who have not yet begun their own inner evolution. As your spirituality deepens, you naturally drift away from those who still operate from fear, habit, or autopilot living. And this drifting is not rejection. It is energetic misalignment. People who once understood you may now misunderstand you, because while you are seeking meaning, they are seeking comfort. While you are expanding, they are repeating old patterns. While you are breaking cycles, they are holding tightly to them. This mismatch creates a quiet emotional distance that cannot be bridged by pretending. You may try to blend in again, to laugh at the same jokes, to participate in the same routines, but something inside you resists because once consciousness opens, it cannot be closed. This is why outgrowing people feels painful. It is not the loss of them, but the loss of the version of you that used to belong there. Yet this discomfort is also proof that your spiritual awakening is real, because growth always requires leaving something behind, including identities, beliefs, and relationships that cannot travel with you into higher awareness. The danger of outgrowing everyone around you lies in the temptation to shrink yourself just to stay connected, to suppress your truth to avoid conflict, or to dim your inner light so others feel comfortable. But doing this disconnects you from your own soul. Your awakening asks you to trust the path, even when it feels lonely, because solitude is not emptiness, it is alignment. In solitude, you hear your intuition more clearly. You notice what nourishes you and what drains you. You learn to choose peace over approval. And as you continue on this path, you eventually discover that the universe always replaces what no longer aligns with something more authentic. New people appear who understand your depth, honor your boundaries, and resonate with the frequency you are growing into. Growth requires shedding, and shedding creates space for a new spiritual chapter. In this way, isolation is not a punishment, but a passage, the natural transition that happens when you move from who you were to who you are becoming. Your only task is to honor the truth within you and allow the old world to fall away without guilt, trusting that your transformation is leading you to the people, experiences, and alignment that match the person your soul has chosen to become. 2. Growth requires leaving the comfort zone. Growth always demands that you leave the comfort zone, because just as a lobster must shed its shell to grow, you must also be willing to shed the layers of identity, beliefs, and expectations that once protected you, but can no longer hold who you are becoming. And this shedding often feels frightening, vulnerable, and deeply unfamiliar. Yet you can feel it in your body and spirit when expansion is calling you. You may try to hold on to what you know, old habits, old friendships, old emotional patterns. But the moment your inner self begins to stretch, those structures start to feel tight, restrictive, and even painful, reminding you that in spirituality and spiritual development, transformation never happens inside familiarity. It happens in the courageous space where you choose growth over comfort. As you step into this space, you may notice the first signs of change in small yet powerful ways. Conversations that once energized you now feel empty. Activities that once defined you no longer express who you are. And relationships that once felt aligned now feel like they belong to a version of you that no longer exists. This moment of realization can feel destabilizing, as though you are being asked to walk away from everything that shaped you. But what is really happening is that your soul is guiding you beyond what is outdated so that it can reveal what is authentic, calling you into deeper truth, whether or not the people around you understand it. And as you continue to grow, the danger of outgrowing everyone around you becomes more visible, not because you have elevated yourself above others, but because you have shifted into a different rhythm, a different level of awareness, a different layer of spiritual sensitivity that not everyone in your environment resonates with. You may worry that others will interpret your growth as arrogance or distance. Yet what is actually happening is a natural divergence between those who are committed to evolving and those who prefer to remain in what feels safe. This divergence can bring moments of loneliness, especially when you start seeing things more clearly, responding more consciously, and choosing what nourishes your soul rather than what maintains familiarity. But loneliness is not a punishment. It is a transition period, the tender space between shedding the old shell and growing the new one, the space where your inner voice becomes louder because there are fewer external voices drowning it out, allowing spiritual development to deepen in ways you could not access while clinging to old roles. You may not feel ready for this shedding, and that is okay. No one ever feels fully ready to outgrow their life, but you are ready enough, and your readiness is shown in the simple truth that staying where you are hurts more than stepping into what is next. So as you move through this process, you will feel moments of grief, moments of liberation, moments of confusion, and moments of clarity, all weaving together into the quiet awakening that tells you that your inner world is evolving faster than your external world can keep up. And even though this evolution may separate you from the familiar, it is leading you toward relationships that match your frequency, environments that honor your growth, and a life that reflects who you truly are. The message you must carry forward is this: your expansion will not always be comfortable, and it will not always be understood, but it will always be necessary, because you were never meant to remain inside a shell that was only built for the earlier stages of your becoming. Comment below: I choose growth over comfort. If you're ready to rise beyond your old limits and step boldly into your higher self. 3. Outgrowing others is not superiority. Outgrowing others is never about being superior. It is about quietly realizing that your inner world is expanding in ways that no longer fit the patterns, expectations, and illusions you once lived inside. And this shift becomes clearer the moment you begin to see how much of your old life was shaped by unconscious conditioning, social pressure, and the need to belong. As Alan Watts said, you are under no obligation to remain the same person you were a moment ago. A truth that reminds you that real transformation is not meant to be glamorous or loud. It is meant to be honest. When you evolve, you do not rise above people. You rise above outdated versions of yourself. And this rise naturally creates distance, not because you are better, but because you are no longer willing to shrink to maintain the comfort of others. Yet this is where the danger quietly appears. When your growth outpaces your surroundings, the mind can slip into the very trap you are trying to escape. Spiritual ego. It whispers that you are more awakened, more conscious, more advanced than the people around you. But as Carl Jung warned, the greater the ego, the more distant one becomes from the soul. Your awakening is not an accomplishment, it is a remembering. It is not a crown, it is a responsibility. True spiritual wisdom demands that you remain rooted in humility even as you expand beyond old environments, because growth that breeds superiority is not growth. It is inflation disguised as enlightenment. Still, you cannot ignore the feeling of drifting from those who once felt familiar. Conversations that once satisfied you now feel shallow. Cycles you once tolerated now feel heavy. And relationships built on your old identity begin to lose their grip. This is not rejection. It is alignment. You are not pushing people away. Your soul simply refuses to dim itself to fit the rooms it has already outgrown. And when others misunderstand your distance, you must remember that evolution is rarely understood by those who are not yet ready to face their own. Outgrowing someone does not mean they are lesser. It simply means your paths are moving in different directions. As you continue expanding, you will notice that your inner clarity makes certain connections fall away naturally. There is no fight, no argument, no dramatic ending, just quiet separation. And in that separation, you may feel guilt, sadness, or confusion, but none of these feelings are signs that you are wrong. They are signs that you care. They are signs that your heart is changing faster than your environment. And it is in this delicate space that true humility becomes essential. You must hold your growth gently, remembering that not everyone evolves at the same pace, and that spiritual awakening is a deeply personal timeline. Real wisdom is knowing how to rise without looking down on anyone, how to advance without abandoning compassion, how to be free without becoming detached from humanity. Because the true danger of outgrowing others is not the distance created between you and them. It is the distance created between you and your own humility. When growth makes you softer instead of harder, kinder instead of colder, and more conscious instead of more superior, then your evolution becomes real, rooted, and aligned with the soul rather than the ego. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, the quiet expansion that Carl Jung spoke of and Alan Watts understood deeply. Growth that humbles you, opens you, and calls you to walk through the world with greater awareness, not greater pride. 4. Dual existence creates inner tension. Awakened individuals often find themselves living in two worlds at once, and this quiet split creates an inner tension that is far deeper than most people realize. On one side, you move through the familiar landscape of everyday life, work, relationships, responsibilities, expectations, where you are still expected to play the same old roles with the same old consistency. Yet on the other side, a different world is opening within you, a world shaped by spirituality and spiritual awakening, where deeper truths rise to the surface, where your perception sharpens, and where the things you once accepted without question suddenly begin to feel hollow, shallow, or misaligned. This inner world pulls you into a kind of clarity that demands emotional intelligence and self-awareness, forcing you to navigate your life without betraying the emerging version of yourself that sees, feels, and understands life on a more profound level. This dual existence can feel like carrying two identities in a single body: the self that others recognize, and the self that is quietly transforming beneath the surface. As you awaken, you notice that conversations once comfortable now leave you empty. Environments once familiar now drain your energy, and people who used to understand you now seem confused by your silence or depth. You begin to sense the widening gap between the world that operates on habit, noise, and external validation, and the inner world that moves with intuition, truth, and a growing need for authenticity. This is where the tension intensifies, because the mystical world of deep truth does not follow the same logic as the conventional world of daily life. And you start to realize that every step you take toward your inner truth creates distance from what no longer resonates. And yet, this tension is not a mistake. It is an initiation. It pushes you to develop balance, not by shrinking or hiding your growth, but by holding your awakening with steadiness while still participating in the external world with compassion and clarity. It teaches you that the real challenge is not choosing one world over the other, but learning how to move between them without losing yourself. You become more selective with your energy, more deliberate with your choices, more honest with your boundaries, because you understand that protecting your inner world is not selfish. It is necessary for your evolution. The more your consciousness expands, the more you feel the pull between belonging and becoming, between comfort and truth, between who you were and who you are meant to be. This is the tension awakened individuals must learn to navigate: the pressure of carrying deep truth in environments built on surface-level comfort. It requires emotional intelligence to speak gently when you could reveal more, patience to listen when you already understand, and strength to stand firm when others misinterpret your transformation. But as you grow into this balance, you discover that the duality itself becomes your teacher, guiding you to live with depth in a shallow world, to stay awake in places where others are still sleeping, and to honor the world within you without abandoning the world around you. If this message about dual existence and inner tension resonates with you, Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom that guides you through every stage of your growth. 5. Relationships may deteriorate. As you grow, you will notice that some relationships begin to shift in ways you did not expect. Because the moment you start changing from the inside out, certain connections that once felt comfortable suddenly feel distant, strained, or strangely shallow. You may feel as though the people who used to understand you now look at you with confusion, doubt, or silent judgment. Not because you have done anything wrong, but because your spiritual development disrupts the familiar roles they were used to. And this discomfort makes them retreat, criticize, or try to pull you back into who you used to be. When your inner world begins to expand, your priorities become different, your values become clearer, and your boundaries become stronger. And although this growth is healthy, it can make others feel like they are losing access to the old version of you they depended on. Some people were comfortable only when you were smaller, quieter, more forgiving of behaviors that drained you. And as you begin to honor your own energy, step into deeper spirituality, and make choices aligned with your truth, you naturally create a distance from anyone who was attached to your past identity. What you must understand is that not everyone can meet you at this new level of awareness. And instead of rising with you, some people react with insecurity because your evolution highlights their stagnation. Conversations that once felt natural may now feel empty because you are no longer interested in gossip, chaos, or surface-level talk. Your mind now gravitates toward depth, clarity, and intention, and this creates an invisible separation between you and those who are not ready for that kind of honesty. You might feel guilt for outgrowing people you once loved deeply, but guilt is only a sign that your heart is compassionate, not a signal that you should shrink yourself. Growth does not wait for anyone, and spirituality will always guide you toward alignment, even when your mind wants to hold on to what is familiar. Some people will criticize you for changing because they miss the version of you that made them comfortable, but their reaction says more about their internal limitations than it does about your progress. When your presence no longer matches the unspoken agreements of a relationship, the relationship naturally loosens its grip. And this is not a failure, it is clarity. You are not abandoning anyone. You are simply refusing to betray yourself for the sake of maintaining connections that can no longer survive your expansion. The people who truly value you will adjust, grow, and learn to understand the person you are becoming, while those who cannot adapt will fade from your life effortlessly. This is the quiet cost of spiritual development. Realizing that not everyone who started with you will continue with you, and that outgrowing people is a sign of deep inner evolution, not selfishness. When these shifts happen, let them happen with grace. Remind yourself that your growth is sacred, and accept that some relationships are meant to teach you, not accompany you forever. 6. Hiding your truth leads to fragmentation. Hiding your truth does not just create a small internal conflict. It creates a deep and ongoing fragmentation within you. Because every time you pretend to be someone you are not, you divide yourself into pieces that no longer know how to work together. When you try to fit in on the outside while awakening on the inside, you begin to live a double life that slowly drains your energy, your clarity, and your authenticity. Alan Watts captured this perfectly when he said, "Trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth," reminding you that whenever you shapeshift just to be accepted, you move further away from the self that is real. And even though pretending may offer temporary social comfort, it creates long-term spiritual discomfort because you cannot build a peaceful life on top of a divided inner world. This division intensifies because one part of you is waking up seeking truth, craving freedom, wanting deeper spiritual wisdom, while another part clings desperately to the version of you that others approve. Of Carl Jung, warned that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Yet becoming who you truly are is impossible if you keep abandoning yourself in small, subtle ways. Every time you say yes, when your soul means no. Every time you silence your inner voice to protect someone else's comfort. Every time you pretend you don't feel what you feel, you widen the gap between your outer life and your inner reality. At first, the distance seems manageable, but with time, the gap becomes a canyon you can no longer cross without losing yourself. And as this canyon widens, exhaustion shows up, not because you are weak, but because you are carrying the weight of two identities. Pretending demands performance, and performance demands energy, and eventually the cost becomes unbearable. You start to feel disconnected, misplaced, or strangely absent in your own life. And this is the early stage of what Jung called inner disintegration, the slow collapse of psychological harmony when your conscious and unconscious selves are no longer aligned, when the truth inside you grows stronger, but the role you play on the outside stays the same. Pressure builds, tension rises, and something within you starts to break. This is why hiding your truth is never harmless. It delays your transformation, suppresses your awakening, and forces your soul into silence. It was never meant to endure. Yet no soul stays silent forever. The truth always finds a way back to the surface, often through restlessness, irritation, emotional heaviness, or an unexplained longing for something more. These are not weaknesses. They are signals that your deeper self is tired of being hidden. The danger of outgrowing everyone around you is not the loss of relationships. It is the loss of yourself if you keep shrinking to stay where you no longer belong. When you finally stop hiding, when you allow your awakening to be seen instead of suppressed, you stop fragmenting. Your inner world begins to reunite, and you can finally live with the honesty, integrity, and quiet power your soul has been asking for all along. If this insight on the danger of hiding your truth has helped you see the power of living authentically, let us know. When you're ready to embrace your real self and stop fragmenting your spirit, comment, "I choose truth" below. Your engagement helps us create more spiritual wisdom that speaks directly to your journey. 7. The loneliness is a rite of passage. Loneliness in this stage of your growth is not an accident, but a rite of passage carved into the path of every soul moving toward true spirituality. Because when you begin to outgrow your old patterns, your old roles, and the identities you once used to survive, life naturally leads you into a space where the noise fades and the silence becomes your teacher. Although this silence can feel heavy, it is actually the threshold of spiritual awakening that every awakened individual must walk through. This spiritual loneliness, often described as the dark night of the soul, is not a collapse, but a sacred dismantling, a moment when everything that is false, conditioned, or borrowed begins to fall away. It marks the quiet death of the false self, the part of you shaped by expectations, fear, validation seeking, and old emotional wounds. And even though this inner death feels disorienting, it is the only way the authentic self can be born. You may feel as if you no longer belong in the places where you once felt comfortable, as if the conversations around you no longer nourish you, or as if you are drifting away from people you once loved. Yet this drifting is not abandonment, but transformation, a subtle way the universe rearranges your life, so the next chapter can be built on truth rather than illusion. As this transition deepens, the loneliness you experience is not proof that something is wrong with you, but evidence that something deep within you is awakening your intuition, sharpening, your boundaries strengthening, your tolerance for superficiality thinning, and your desire for meaning expanding. The disorientation you feel is the soul shedding what no longer resonates, much like a snake releasing its old skin. It is uncomfortable, but it is necessary because the new self cannot emerge while clinging to old versions of life. This inner crossing between who you were and who you are becoming feels like standing between two worlds, with the past behind you and the future calling you forward. But the bridge between them can only be crossed in solitude, and although solitude feels harsh, it is in this space that you begin to hear your soul clearly for the first time. The false self thrives in noise, but the true self rises in silence. When you look closely, you will realize that this loneliness is not emptiness, but purification, not loss, but rebirth, and not failure, but the beginning of a profound inner reorganization. Everything you are shedding is making room for the real you to finally breathe. One who lives with deeper clarity, stronger integrity, and a truth that no longer bends to fit the world, but invites the world to meet you as you are. 8. A new tribe will find you. When you start shedding the old shell of who you used to be, you undergo a quiet but powerful transformation that naturally distances you from the environments, conversations, and relationships that no longer match your inner growth. And this shift often feels uncomfortable because it forces you to step into a space where familiarity fades before anything new appears. You may try to hold on to the past, not because it fits you anymore, but because you fear the silence that comes with authentic evolution. Yet the truth is that this silence is the doorway to a higher level of spirituality and spiritual development, guiding you toward people who will one day resonate effortlessly with your new vibration. As Alan Watts expresses so clearly with the simple truth, a new tribe will find you. You are meant to cross this in-between phase where everything feels uncertain, because uncertainty is where the old self dissolves and the new self begins to breathe. Once you begin walking the lonely road of truth, you will quickly notice how the most dangerous thing is not the loneliness itself, but the temptation to return to the version of yourself that keeps others comfortable. And you must resist this temptation even when it feels easier. You may want to explain your decisions, justify your growth, or soften your boundaries to avoid making others uncomfortable. But every time you do that, you betray the very awakening your soul has worked so hard to reach. Growth requires honesty, and honesty sometimes creates distance. You are not meant to stay small just because others prefer you that way. and you are not required to slow your spiritual development to match someone else's pace. The people who are aligned with your past cannot walk with you into a future built on self-respect, clarity, purpose, and authenticity. As you continue to rise inwardly, your energy shifts, your values change, your awareness sharpens, and your priorities reorder themselves. And these inner movements create an outer reality that may first feel like loss, but is actually divine rearrangement. You are being cleared, not abandoned. You are being prepared, not punished. This chapter of solitude is not a void, it is a bridge. You are learning how to exist without needing external validation, how to trust the subtle impulses of your intuition, and how to hear your own voice without being drowned out by the expectations of others. Every time you choose truth over approval, you strengthen the frequency that will eventually attract your new tribe. The people who do not require you to shrink, edit yourself, or perform a version of identity you no longer recognize. They will meet you at the level of your growth, not your wounds. Over time, you begin to understand that loneliness is simply the space between your old alignment and your new one. It is temporary, necessary, and deeply meaningful. It teaches you that you are capable of standing on your own feet, following your inner calling, and honoring your transformation even when no one sees it. And when your new tribe finally arrives, you recognize them immediately, not because they are familiar, but because you feel safe, understood, and seen in a way your previous environments could never offer. They will not fear your light. They will match it. They will not question your growth. They will embody it. And in their presence, you realize why you had to walk alone first, so you could discover the strength, clarity, and self-trust needed to build relationships that honor who you are becoming. To honor your journey of growth and trust in the tribe that is meant to find you, declare it with intention. Comment below, "I welcome my new tribe," to affirm your path and inspire others who are walking the same road. In the end, the true danger of outgrowing everyone around you is not the loneliness. It's forgetting that your growth has purpose. As Alan Watts reminds us, transformation asks you to release what no longer aligns so you can rise into who you were always meant to be. If this message from spiritual wisdom spoke to you today, let it guide your steps forward with clarity and courage. And before you go, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, subscribe to our channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming teachings. Your journey continues. Walk it with intention. Most people never make it through awakening. Alan Watts explains the dark test of the soul. The most difficult part of the spiritual journey is not waking up, it's staying awake. Alan Watts once suggested that true awakening feels less like enlightenment and more like a collapse of everything you thought was real. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into why most people never make it through this awakening and how the dark test of the soul is actually the beginning of your greatest transformation. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. Have you ever experienced a moment when the world felt strangely unified, as if the boundaries between you and everything else dissolved? If so, share your experience in the comments below. Your insight may help someone else on their path. 1. The illusion of the separate self is shattered during awakening. Most people move through life tightly attached to a personal storyline. Your name, your memories, your roles, your beliefs. Yet Alan Watts reminds us that this separate self is only a mask, and the true process of spiritual awakening begins the moment that mask starts to crack. You may not notice it at first, but it appears in those strange, sacred moments when the boundaries of you dissolve. When a piece of music absorbs you so completely that the listener disappears. When standing under trees makes you feel as if nature is not around you, but happening through you. Or when washing dishes becomes so effortless that there is no doer. Only the simple movement of water and light. These moments are not accidents. They are small fractures in the illusion, revealing that the separate self you have been defending your entire life is not the fixed identity you believed it was. And this is exactly why awakening feels frightening, because the mind interprets the dissolving of identity as death, even though it is the beginning of clarity. As this illusion starts to fall apart, the mind instinctively panics and clings harder to labels, opinions, routines, and familiar emotional patterns. It tries to rebuild the image of me again and again because it believes survival depends on it. But spiritual awakening is the gentle invitation to see this panic without becoming it, to notice fear as an echo of habit rather than a sign of danger. When you allow the moment to unfold without rushing to rebuild your story, you begin to sense something deeper. That what you truly are is not the identity you perform, but the awareness that silently witnesses everything, every thought, every emotion, every role rising and fading within it. From this space, life changes in subtle but powerful ways. Relationships soften because you no longer argue to protect a fragile image of yourself. Creativity flows more naturally because it no longer needs to impress anyone. Even simple routines feel lighter because you stop pretending there is a separate you controlling everything, and instead you participate in life as it unfolds. This is the heart of spirituality and the essence of spiritual awakening. The discovery that separation was a story told by the mind, not the truth of your existence. Still, the mind will resist. It will ask, who am I without my story? What happens if I let go? And the compassionate response is simply to watch these questions arise and dissolve like any other thought. You do not need to answer them. You only need to stay present long enough to see that nothing essential is being lost. Only the illusion that kept you small. The dark test of the soul is not a battle to be won, but a series of quiet moments in which you choose presence over panic, awareness over identity, openness over fear. And in those moments, the illusion of the separate self collapses naturally, revealing a deeper, calmer, more honest way of living, one in which softness becomes strength, unity becomes clarity, and life itself becomes the teacher guiding you forward. If you're ready to break free from the illusion of the separate self, comment below, I choose awakening. Let this be your commitment to seeing life with new eyes and stepping boldly into your spiritual transformation. 2. Awakening is a collapse, not a comfort. Awakening is a collapse, not a comfort. And when Alan Watts explored this truth, he revealed that spiritual awakening is not the peaceful rising most people fantasize about, but a profound collapse of everything you believed yourself to be. A shattering of the personal narrative you spent years building. You feel the psychological map of me begin to disintegrate, and as this inner structure falls apart, you step into a raw sense of groundlessness where your mind loses the familiar reference points it once clung to for safety. The ego, terrified of losing control, interprets this as danger, as if something essential within you is dying, and so it urges you to return to old habits, old identities, and old stories, because they offer the illusion of stability. This is why Alan Watts often said that awakening is not about gaining something new, but about watching what is false fall away. Because what collapses is never your true self, but the layers of conditioning that have wrapped around you for years. As this collapse deepens, you feel the tension between who you were taught to be and who you truly are. And this tension becomes the dark test of the soul. Most people turn back at this threshold, not because awakening is impossible, but because the disorientation feels unbearable. They have never been taught that losing the false self is part of genuine spirituality and essential for real spiritual development. You, however, are being invited to stay with the discomfort long enough to see what exists beneath it. When your identity starts dissolving, it can feel like the floor of your life has fallen open. Yet this emptiness is not a void meant to swallow you. It is room for you to expand, to see beyond the rigid personality you used to defend so fiercely. In these moments, you meet the part of yourself that has always watched from the background, the awareness untouched by your past, your roles, your successes, or your traumas. This awareness is not collapsing, it is emerging. As you allow the collapse to unfold, you begin to understand that awakening is less like climbing a ladder and more like shedding a heavy skin. You do not become someone new. You stop pretending to be someone you never were. And even though your mind may resist, insisting that certainty is safer than truth, you slowly recognize that the collapse is not destroying you. It is dissolving your illusions, one by one, until only what is real remains. The fear you feel is simply the ego losing its grip, and the confusion you feel is the old narrative unraveling, making space for a deeper, quieter clarity to rise. This is the moment when spiritual development becomes visible, not as an idea you talk about, but as an inner shift you can feel in your bones. Awakening asks you to surrender the comfort of your old identity and trust the unknown that opens inside you. It asks you to let the collapse happen without running from it, without distracting yourself, without trying to rebuild your old life. Because when the collapse finishes, you realize that nothing essential was lost. Only the walls around your true self crumbled. The me you thought you were dissolves, and the awareness you truly are steps forward, steady, spacious, and unafraid. And as Alan Watts said, you do not transform yourself, you simply get out of your own way, reminding you that awakening is not about effort, it is about allowing. If this message resonates with your awakening journey, comment below. I choose inner truth over comfort. 3. Spiritual ego is the most seductive trap. The most deceptive obstacle on the path of awakening is the rise of the spiritual ego. And you need to understand this clearly, because it appears precisely at the moment when you believe you've escaped ego altogether. After your old identity collapses and the beliefs that once defined you begin to crumble, the mind instinctively searches for a new story to attach itself to. And often, it chooses the most seductive story of all the identity of being spiritual, being awakened, being a seeker of truth. You begin to think of yourself not as the person you once were, but as the meditator, the mystic, the enlightened one. And although these labels look pure, they are still labels, still masks, still roles you perform for yourself. Alan Watts warned that the biggest ego trip is getting rid of the ego. And when Carl Jung said, "Beware of unearned wisdom," he was pointing to the same danger. The mind can turn even your spiritual progress into another badge of superiority. This is why spiritual materialism is so seductive. You start collecting mystical experiences the way others collect status symbols, admiring your own insight, your calmness, your intuition, your connection to the universe, and instead of dissolving ego, you secretly strengthen it. You meditate not for inner freedom, but for spiritual identity. You chase synchronicities, not to listen, but to be validated. You talk about energy, awakening, or signs not to share truth, but to feel like you belong to a higher world. Yet all of this is still ego dressed in sacred clothing. As this illusion deepens, you drift from genuine awakening and move into a performance of spirituality. You try to look awakened, sound awakened, behave awakened, but the more you perform it, the further you drift from the truth. The spiritual ego wants to feel chosen, elevated, special, and it whispers, "You are different from them," creating a subtle divide between you and the world, even as you believe you are transcending separation. This is why the trap is so dangerous. It feels righteous, noble, and enlightened. But true spiritual wisdom strips away not only your old identity, but also the spiritual identity you build to replace it. Because authentic awakening has no interest in titles, roles, or being spiritual. Real awakening is quiet, humble, soft, and deeply human. It makes you more grounded, not more special. More compassionate, not more superior. More aware, not more inflated. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that awakening is not something you wear like a robe. It is something you live through sincerity, honesty, and a willingness to see your own shadow without hiding behind sacred language or mystical airs. When you begin to see this clearly, you understand what both Alan Watts and Carl Jung were trying to tell you. That ego can survive even its own death, that it can disguise itself as light, and that the real test of the soul is not whether you look spiritual, but whether you can release every identity, good, bad, sacred, or ordinary, and stand in the truth without needing to be anything at all. Only then does awakening begin to reveal itself, not as a title or a personality, but as a quiet unfolding of freedom, presence, and reality as it is, without performance, without pretense, and without the seductive mask of the spiritual ego. 4. Teachers and gurus can become new attachments. Teachers and gurus often appear as lights on the path, yet that light becomes dangerous the moment you turn it into a substitute for your own seeing, because the subtle trap of spirituality is not in following a teacher, but in believing that someone else can finish the journey for you. You may admire a guru's clarity, their confidence, or the way their presence calms the room. And at first, this admiration feels innocent. But slowly, quietly, it can grow into dependency. And dependency becomes the very chain that prevents spiritual awakening. Not because the teacher intends to mislead you, but because your mind begins to whisper that awakening is something they possess and you must earn. The moment you believe that truth lives in someone else more than it lives in you, You reinforce the separation between seeker and sage, between the one who is lacking and the one who is complete. And this separation is exactly what awakening dissolves. So the trap is subtle and psychological, not dramatic or obvious. You may hear a teacher say, "Look inward." Yet instead of looking, you wait for them to give you confirmation that you've looked correctly. You may hear them say, "The answer is in your awareness." Yet you keep returning to their words to feel safe. And in this cycle, you replace your own inner authority with their voice, which Alan Watts warns becomes a new form of imprisonment disguised as devotion. This is why the path of spirituality demands honesty, not the performance of being humble before a teacher, but the courage to observe your own mind in real time, the longing to be led, the fear of being wrong, the desire to be chosen by someone who seems wiser. These tendencies are not failures. They are invitations to see the ego's hunger for reassurance. A teacher can illuminate these blind spots, but no teacher can cross the threshold for you, because awakening is not passed from hand to hand like a relic. It is recognized directly in your own awareness. Every genuine teacher, from ancient mystics to modern psychologists like Carl Jung, ultimately points you back to yourself. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this truth means that no spiritual guide, no matter how enlightened, can replace the work of looking. When you idealize a guru, you create a hierarchy that keeps you small. And this hierarchy becomes a veil over your own perception. When you fear disappointing a teacher, you silence the very intuition awakening is trying to strengthen. When you imitate their tone, their manner, their metaphors, you drift further from the raw, honest seeing that spiritual awakening requires. The danger is not the teacher. The danger is forgetting that the teacher is only a finger pointing to the moon. And if you stare at the finger too long, you never see the sky. A real teacher becomes a mirror, not a master. They reflect your potential rather than claiming ownership over your progress. They help you see your patterns, but they never ask to replace your discernment. They guide your questions, but they never demand that you surrender your inner compass. If someone's authority makes you shrink, step back. If someone's wisdom makes you doubt your own lived experience, breathe and return to your center. And if your spiritual practice becomes more about pleasing a guru than meeting yourself honestly, you have traded one identity for another, the identity of a seeker who forever believes the summit is somewhere outside themselves. The heartbeat of awakening is direct recognition, noticing awareness as it is, unborrowed, unmediated, free. A teacher can clear the dust from the window, but they cannot give you the sky. They can describe stillness, but they cannot silence your mind for you. They can speak truth, but they cannot hand you seeing. The moment you understand this, spirituality stops being performance and becomes presence. And the authority you once placed in another returns quietly to your own breath, your own perception, your own inner life, the only place real awakening has ever lived. If this message has opened your eyes to a deeper truth, leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our spiritual insights. Comment below. I am free from all attachments, to affirm your growth and alignment on this awakening journey. 5. Chasing spiritual experiences distracts from truth. Mystical experiences can feel like the brightest moments on your path of spirituality because visions, bursts of cosmic consciousness, and waves of bliss make you believe that something extraordinary is finally happening to you. They are seductive precisely because they lift you above your ordinary life and give you a taste of something larger, something divine, something that feels like a secret doorway into the universe. Yet as powerful as these moments are, they rise and fall like waves on the ocean, brilliant, dramatic, unforgettable, but never permanent. And this is where many people unknowingly step into the trap that Alan Watts warned about. Because when these highs fade, the mind instantly begins searching for the next one, convinced that spiritual development must mean collecting more highs, deeper visions, and stronger sensations. The truth is that this constant chasing pulls you away from the very awakening you are hoping to reach. You become attached to the waves instead of learning to rest in the ocean beneath them. When I speak directly to you, I want you to see how subtle this trap is, because it disguises itself as progress. You tell yourself you are growing because you felt something intense. You tell yourself you are awakening because you saw something unusual. But when the high disappears, as it always does, you feel lost again, and you start believing that you must chase another experience to stay on the path. This is what many teachers call spiritual materialism, where inner states become spiritual trophies and mystical moments become something you try to possess rather than understand. What most people never realize is that true awakening is not a moment of intensity at all. It is the quiet, steady, ever-present awareness that exists underneath every moment when you are joyful, when you are afraid, when you are confused, and when you are simply washing dishes or walking outside under an ordinary sky. This awareness is always here, always unmoving, always watching, always holding every experience that comes and goes. It is the ocean itself, not the waves that briefly rise upon it. And because people are so addicted to the waves, they overlook the stillness that never leaves. The mind loves drama, proof, excitement, emotional fireworks, anything that feels special enough to confirm you are making progress. But spirituality matures when you stop needing proof and start realizing that truth does not need to shout. Awakening is not loud. It is not sudden. It is not a cosmic fireworks show. It is a quiet seeing, a grounded clarity, an inner steadiness that remains even when nothing extraordinary is happening. When you can rest in that awareness, when you can sit in silence without waiting for a vision or a sign, that is when real spiritual development begins to unfold. You stop chasing the extraordinary and start noticing the sacred in the ordinary. You stop measuring your worth by how intense your experiences are and begin recognizing the deeper transformation happening beneath the surface. And in that shift, you finally understand that you were never meant to collect waves. You were meant to sink into the vast, calm, unshakable ocean that has been holding you all along. 6. The dark night of the soul is unavoidable. Every authentic awakening leads you into the dark night of the soul, a place where everything you once relied on begins to fall apart. It feels as if life is deliberately pulling the ground from beneath your feet. Your spiritual practices stop working. Your beliefs lose their meaning. And even the presence of God seems to vanish. You start to question yourself. Why is this happening when I have done everything right? But the truth is, This collapse is not punishment. It is purification. The dark night burns away the illusions of control and the layers of spiritual pride that keep you attached to the idea of being enlightened. As Alan Watts once said, you are the universe experiencing itself. And to realize that truth, you must first lose every concept that separates you from it. This phase can feel terrifying because the mind no longer finds comfort in its usual certainties. You can no longer rely on spiritual highs or external validation. The prayers that once brought peace may now bring silence. The rituals that once grounded you now feel hollow. Yet this emptiness is not meaningless. It is sacred space where the false self dies so that the true self can awaken. Carl Jung called this descent a necessary stage in individuation, reminding us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain. When you fall into this darkness, the ego resists with all its strength, telling you to run toward new teachers, new philosophies, or new paths. But every escape only delays the transformation. The darkness you avoid today will return tomorrow until you dare to face it fully. When you stop running and allow yourself to sit within the unknown, something profound begins to unfold. The despair softens into stillness. The silence reveals wisdom. What once felt like abandonment now feels like invitation, a call from your soul to surrender every belief that kept you separate from life itself. In that surrender, you discover that God was never absent. Only your image of God was. You realize that awakening is not about reaching light, but about embracing both light and shadow with equal reverence. The dark night of the soul, then, is not a mistake in your spiritual journey. It is the journey. It dismantles every illusion until nothing false remains, leaving only what is pure, whole, and eternal within you. Through this passage, spiritual wisdom deepens not as theory, but as lived truth. And when you finally emerge, you do so not as someone who has found, but as someone who has become one with the divine pulse that has always been within. If this message resonates with you, comment below. I'm facing the dark night with courage. Your voice helps us understand you better and create deeper content for your journey. 7. The end of seeking is the beginning of true freedom. The end of seeking is often misunderstood because the mind believes spirituality and spiritual awakening must be earned through effort, discipline, or extraordinary experiences. Yet the deeper truth is far simpler and far more confronting. There is no path to awakening because the one who is walking the path is the same consciousness they are searching for. The moment you begin to see this, you notice that the seeker and the sought have never been two separate forces. They are a single movement of awareness looking at itself through different masks. This is why so many teachers repeat the same paradoxical truth. What you are seeking is already here. And the journey is not about becoming something greater, but about dissolving every false layer that convinces you that you are anything less than the ground of being itself. The ego resists this because it thrives on becoming better, becoming wiser, becoming awakened. But awakening is not an accomplishment. It is the quiet falling away of the illusion that there is someone inside you who needs to reach a higher state. As this illusion dissolves, you start recognizing that the identity you once protected so fiercely was nothing more than a temporary shape formed by memory, fear, habit, and conditioning. When that shape begins to soften, what remains is not a new, 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 that has always been watching your life unfold from behind the scenes. This presence is not personal. It does not have preferences, judgments, or attachments, and it does not chase enlightenment or resist suffering. It simply is. And when you begin to rest as that presence even for a moment, you experience what many call true freedom, because the pressure to become fades, and the longing to find something outside yourself loses its grip. You realize that awareness has always been here, quietly holding every moment of your life, and nothing you could seek would bring you closer to yourself. From this clarity, even the most ordinary parts of life become sacred. When you wash your hands, you feel the water without a thinker behind the sensation. When you walk, there is only the movement of walking without the story of the walker. When you breathe, there is simply breath, not your breath, but breath happening in the vast field of awareness. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, returning to ordinary life with extraordinary clarity, seeing that the divine is not hidden in distant visions, but woven into the simplest moments you used to overlook. You begin to understand why mystics say enlightenment is not about escaping the world, but seeing it as it truly is, without distortion. As even the identity of the awakened one dissolves, something deeper reveals itself. The recognition that consciousness is not inside you. You are inside consciousness. You are a temporary expression of something timeless, appearing for a while as a human life. And when this becomes clear, the game of becoming ends. What survives is not the personality you once identified with, but the spacious awareness that shines through it. In that recognition, life stops being a search and becomes a simple, peaceful unfolding, where presence sees itself through every experience, every breath, every step, and realizes it was never divided to begin with. In the end, the dark test of awakening is not meant to break you. It is meant to reveal you. As Alan Watts teaches, awakening strips away the illusion of separation so you can finally meet the truth of who you are. If today's message from Spiritual Wisdom has helped you see your own journey more clearly, let it be a reminder that every moment of confusion, fear, or surrender is guiding you toward deeper awareness and inner freedom. If this spoke to your soul, please like this video. Share it with someone who needs it. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming teachings. Your awakening matters, and you don't have to walk this path alone. The 12 hidden stages of spiritual awakening Carl Jung tried to warn us about. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Every spiritual awakening begins as a quiet whisper within the soul, a call to remember, to shed illusions, and to return to your true essence. In today's video, we'll uncover the 12 hidden stages of spiritual awakening. Carl Jung tried to warn us about stages that reveal how transformation often begins in confusion, but ends in clarity and peace. As you watch, reflect on where you might be in your own awakening. Which stage speaks to your current journey? Comment your insights below, and let's grow together in this community of seekers. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where truth meets transformation. 1. Discontent, the soul's call. Discontent is not a curse. It is the first whisper of the soul urging you to awaken. Beneath every restless thought and quiet ache lies a divine invitation to step beyond the surface of life and into the deeper realm of spirituality. This dissatisfaction does not mean something is wrong with you. It means your inner being is ready to expand beyond what once felt enough. In spiritual awakening, this feeling is sacred. It is the moment your consciousness begins to sense that material success, achievements, and external validation cannot fill the void that calls from within. Rumi's words, "The wound is where the light enters you," capture this beautifully. For the places where you feel most lost are the very gateways through which transformation begins. You start noticing that the life you built no longer fits the person you are becoming. Conversations feel shallow, routines lose color, and desires that once drove you now feel empty. This is not regression. It is the shedding of illusion. The universe often stirs discomfort when it wants to redirect your focus from noise to truth, from performance to purpose. You may find yourself questioning everything. Why am I here? What am I meant to do? These questions, though unsettling, are signs that your spiritual awakening has begun. The human spirit is not meant to stay asleep in comfort. It evolves through contrast. Just as a seed must break open to grow, your discontent is the breaking open of your old self so that light can enter. This process can feel heavy. You might grieve the old dreams that no longer resonate, or feel lost between two worlds, the one you are leaving and the one not yet visible. But in spirituality, every ending conceals a beginning. What feels like disillusionment is actually purification. Your awareness is being cleansed of what is false. The ego resists this, whispering that you are failing or falling apart. Yet beneath that noise, the soul quietly says, "You are awakening." This phase asks for patience, honesty, and deep self-compassion. You are learning to trust your inner guidance more than societal expectations. You begin to seek experiences that nourish rather than distract, silence over stimulation, truth over comfort, simplicity over accumulation. The beauty of spiritual awakening is that even pain becomes purposeful. When you stop running from your dissatisfaction and listen to it, it turns into wisdom. Your heart becomes more open, your perception more refined, and your intuition stronger. You start realizing that what you were chasing was never what you truly needed. Meaning begins to replace ambition. Presence begins to replace performance. This is the alchemy of awakening, the transformation of discontent into direction. And when you finally understand that the ache within you is not punishment, but preparation, the entire energy of your life shifts. You stop fighting your experience and begin cooperating with your evolution. So when restlessness visits, don't suppress it. Observe it. Honor it as a sacred messenger reminding you that your soul is evolving. Every wave of unease is guiding you toward higher awareness, greater authenticity, and deeper peace. The wound becomes the window. The longing becomes the language of the soul. And the discontent you once feared becomes the light that leads you home. Are you feeling the call of your soul? This is where true awakening begins. If you're ready to answer that inner voice and step into your higher path, comment below. I hear the call to begin your journey of spiritual awakening. 2. Questioning and seeking, the inner quest. You begin to ask questions that pierce through the surface of everyday existence. Questions about who you are, why you are here, and what truth really means beyond the noise of the world. This marks the beginning of a deeper phase of spirituality, when your consciousness awakens to something vast and eternal within you. These questions don't arise from mere curiosity, but from an ancient remembrance stirring inside your soul. It's as if lifetimes of inner knowledge begin to resurface, whispering that you are not a product of coincidence, but a being of divine intention. At this point, spiritual development becomes less about chasing goals or proving worth, and more about peeling away the illusions that have kept you disconnected from your essence. You begin to sense that the journey has never been about becoming more. It has always been about remembering who you already are. As you dive deeper, you realize that much of your life has been unconsciously shaped by old patterns, beliefs, and societal conditioning. The mask you've worn to please others begins to dissolve, revealing your authentic self beneath it. This process can feel like both liberation and loss. The version of you built on survival and external approval starts to fall away, leaving you exposed but free. In these moments of internal chaos, Carl Jung's words echo in your mind. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You start to see how your repeated struggles were never punishments, but reflections, each one guiding you to uncover what you had long ignored within yourself. This realization shifts your entire perspective. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" With this awareness, a new sense of clarity arises. The noise of comparison fades, replaced by a quiet strength that comes from self-understanding. You no longer feel the need to compete, because you finally understand that your path is not meant to look like anyone else's. Every experience becomes sacred, every silence meaningful. Spirituality, you discover, isn't about detaching from life. It's about engaging with it through the eyes of awareness. You start finding beauty in ordinary moments, wisdom in pain, and peace in uncertainty. Your heart opens, your intuition sharpens, and your connection to the divine deepens. What once felt random now feels orchestrated. What once felt meaningless now reveals a hidden purpose. Gradually, you begin to trust this inner intelligence, the quiet voice that has always been guiding you. You learn to listen instead of chase, to flow instead of force. This is where true spiritual development unfolds, in surrender, in patience, in faith that everything has its season. The more you align with this inner knowing, the lighter your soul becomes. The need for validation fades because you've tasted the serenity that only authenticity can bring. The lesson embedded in this stage is clear. Evolution isn't about striving to be more. It's about shedding what is false so your true essence can emerge. In questioning, you find clarity. In seeking, you remember. And in the stillness that follows, you finally recognize that every doubt, every challenge, and every heartbreak was simply your soul's way of calling you home to yourself. Comment below. I seek inner truth. If you're ready to look within, question everything you once believed, and begin your journey toward real spiritual wisdom and awakening. 3. Enlightenment, expanding awareness. Enlightenment is not a sudden event, but a gradual unfolding of consciousness, where your awareness expands beyond the limits of the ego and begins to merge with the infinite field of existence. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." This stage of spiritual awakening is the deepening of perception, where you start to access what mystics call the Akashic records, a vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom that holds the memory of all souls and all lifetimes. You begin to see the interconnectedness of everything, understanding that every moment, thought, and experience is a thread woven perfectly into the fabric of the universe. Nothing happens by chance. Every person you meet, every challenge you face, and every emotion you feel is part of your soul's curriculum, guiding you toward higher awareness. Truth, like the sun and the moon, cannot remain hidden forever. It shines through illusions, revealing itself when you are ready to see, not with your physical eyes, but with the vision of your soul. As your awareness expands, you start to see through the illusions that once defined your sense of reality. The walls between you and life begin to dissolve, and you realize that the external world is merely a reflection of your internal state. You stop chasing happiness outside and begin to cultivate stillness within. Fear and desire lose their grip because you no longer seek validation or control. Instead, you observe life as it unfolds raw, real, and sacred. The light of consciousness exposes your inner shadows, but instead of running from them, you embrace them with compassion. Jung warned that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. And in this stage, you understand that enlightenment is not about escaping darkness, but integrating it. Every shadow you face brings you closer to wholeness. Every wound you heal becomes a doorway to divine truth. Gradually, you begin to live in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. Judgment fades into understanding, and resistance transforms into surrender. You start to see the sacred in the ordinary, in the breath, in silence, in the way sunlight touches the earth. Dualities dissolve. Joy and sorrow, gain and loss, light and dark become part of one divine dance. You no longer ask, "Why is this happening to me?" but instead, "What is this teaching me?" Enlightenment turns suffering into wisdom, chaos into clarity, and isolation into unity. The more you let go of control, the more peace you discover. You start to sense that life is not something happening to you, but something happening through you. A divine flow that moves effortlessly when you stop resisting. This stage teaches that enlightenment is not about becoming special or powerful. It is about becoming transparent enough for the light of consciousness to move through you freely. You no longer seek truth because you become truth itself, radiant, aware, and free. In this expanded awareness, love ceases to be an emotion and becomes your natural state of being. Compassion arises effortlessly because you see yourself in all things. The illusion of separation disappears, replaced by the knowing that everything is one, every star, every breath, every heartbeat connected in the same divine rhythm. Enlightenment, therefore, is not an achievement, but a remembering, a return to your original state of unity with the whole. It is the recognition that the universe has never been outside you. It has always been within. 4. Resistance and inner turmoil, facing the shadow. You reach a point on your path of spirituality when you can no longer escape from yourself, when the silence around you becomes deafening because it forces you to hear your own soul. This stage, known as resistance and inner turmoil, is where the real spiritual awakening begins. Everything you've avoided, your fears, your karmic patterns, your old wounds, comes rushing to the surface. It's as if the universe places a mirror in front of you and whispers, "Now look." The illusions that once protected you begin to crumble, and you start to see the truth beneath them. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is that moment when fate transforms into awareness, and awareness becomes liberation. The pain you face here is not punishment, but purification. Each memory that resurfaces, each emotion that breaks through, is part of a deeper cleansing that your soul has been waiting for. The shadows you once ran from are no longer external enemies, but hidden fragments of yourself longing to be seen. You begin to realize that the darkness within you is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to reveal you. Healing past and present traumas becomes a sacred act, a ceremony of returning light to the forgotten corners of your being. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping the human experience. It's about descending fully into it, feeling it all, and emerging with wisdom. The more you allow yourself to feel, the more you begin to understand that pain itself carries a divine intelligence. Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. The ego resists transformation because it fears death, but the soul understands that this death is the beginning of new life. When you face your fears head-on, you dismantle the illusions that have kept you small. You start to notice patterns that repeat in love, in loss, in your reactions, and you finally understand that they are not curses, but calls for awareness. Every emotional trigger becomes a guide, every confrontation an initiation. Spiritual wisdom teaches that you cannot rise until you have descended, and you cannot truly awaken until you have embraced your shadow. As you move deeper through the resistance, the chaos begins to soften. The storms that once frightened you become cleansing rains. You notice moments of clarity, small but profound, the kind that make you realize you were never broken, only buried beneath layers of pain. The turmoil inside becomes a teacher, revealing truths that no book could ever teach. Your suffering transforms into sacred light, and you begin to see that this process was never about becoming someone new, but remembering who you truly are. Healing is not the absence of darkness, but the integration of it. When you learn to hold both the shadow and the light within you without judgment, that is when your true spiritual awakening begins. It is here, in the heart of resistance, that your soul finally breathes freely. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss new insights on awakening and transformation. To affirm your courage in facing your shadow, comment below, "I embrace my inner truth." 5. The abyss. The decision point. You arrive at a sacred turning point in your spiritual development, standing before the abyss, a space that demands a choice between the comfort of what you know and the mystery of what you cannot yet see. This is not a metaphorical cliff to fear, but a divine invitation to step into uncertainty with faith as your only guide. The abyss is where the familiar self begins to dissolve, where all false securities are stripped away so that truth may emerge in its purest form. Carl Jung described this as descending into the unconscious, a necessary journey through darkness to retrieve the hidden light of the soul. In spirituality, this moment signifies the death of illusion and the birth of awareness, the moment when the ego loses its grip and the higher self begins to awaken. The abyss is not cruel. It is transformative. It tests your faith, not by giving you answers, but by teaching you how to trust the silence. When everything around you seems to fall apart, it is not punishment, but purification. Life removes what no longer aligns with your evolution, so you can move forward unburdened. In that stillness, when nothing seems certain, something sacred begins to stir. It is your soul reclaiming its authority, whispering that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move despite it. Each step you take into the unknown reveals more of your hidden strength and shows you that fear was never the barrier, it was the doorway. Most people resist this stage because it feels like losing control. Yet the deeper truth is that control was never real. The abyss teaches you to surrender, to stop clinging to old identities and outdated beliefs that keep you small. It asks you to let go of your dependence on logic and open yourself to the vast intelligence of the unseen. You begin to understand that spiritual growth is not about acquiring more knowledge, but about unlearning everything that is not your essence. What you once called falling apart is in fact your soul rearranging itself into divine order. This is the sacred chaos where transformation begins, where death and rebirth coexist in a single breath. Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and the abyss embodies this truth perfectly. It confronts you with everything unresolved, your fears, your wounds, your attachments, and demands your honesty. But in that confrontation, a miracle unfolds. The pain that once felt unbearable becomes the very force that shapes your awakening. You realize that darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to show you how indestructible you are. When you stop running from the unknown, it stops chasing you and instead begins to guide you. The more you surrender, the more the universe aligns in your favor, leading you not away from yourself, but directly into your highest truth. The abyss is the great equalizer of the soul. It humbles the ego, silences the mind, and expands the heart. It teaches you that spirituality is not a path of comfort, but of courage. Through the abyss, you discover that the unknown is not a void, but a womb, pregnant with the next version of you, waiting to be born. The greatest wisdom lies not in avoiding the fall, but in trusting that you were meant to fly through it. 6. Rebirth and authenticity, integrating the shadow. After the descent into darkness, a quiet rebirth begins a moment when the fragments of who you are start to merge into something whole. This is the stage where you integrate both the light and the shadow, and through that union, you find authenticity. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." His words remind you that spiritual wisdom is not about escaping the dark parts of your soul, but about embracing them. Understanding that what you've been running from was never your enemy. It was a forgotten part of you, yearning to be seen. When you dare to face the aspects you've suppressed, you begin to see that they hold the keys to your transformation. Every flaw hides a truth. Every fear carries a lesson. Every wound becomes a source of strength. As the light of awareness touches your inner shadows, the resistance begins to dissolve, and compassion takes its place. You stop seeking validation from the outside world, realizing that authenticity is not something you earn, it's something you remember. You begin to live not for appearances, but for alignment, shedding the layers of false identity you once believed were you. This process, which Jung called individuation, is the sacred journey of becoming whole. It's not an easy path. It requires vulnerability, honesty, and the courage to confront everything you once denied. Yet it's through this inner alchemy that peace emerges. You no longer need to hide your imperfections because you finally understand they are the sacred cracks where your light enters and shines through. At this stage, you recognize that being authentic doesn't mean being perfect. It means standing firmly in truth, even when your voice trembles. It means showing love, even when the heart aches. It means forgiving, not because the pain disappears, but because your soul has outgrown resentment. The light that now guides you is no longer external. It radiates from within, from the union of your contradictions. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are," and you finally begin to experience what that means. You understand that the purpose of spiritual awakening is not to transcend the human experience, but to inhabit it fully, to walk in both shadow and light with grace. Through the integration of the shadow, you discover that enlightenment is not a destination, but a deep acceptance of all that you are. The chaos, the calm, the grief, the joy, everything serves a divine purpose. You realize that light without darkness is incomplete, and awakening without struggle is shallow. You begin to honor your pain as your teacher, your fear as your compass, and your rebirth as your reminder that even the darkest night carries the seed of dawn. And in that sacred balance between light and dark, you find the ultimate freedom to live as your truest self, awake, whole, and real. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on integrating your shadow, embracing authenticity, and stepping into your rebirth as a fully awakened soul. 7. Oneness and connection, seeing unity. You begin to see through the veil of separation and realize that everything in existence is connected by one invisible thread of consciousness. What once seemed divided between light and dark, self and other, human and divine, now merges into a single truth that everything flows from the same source. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And in this revelation, you recognize that who you truly are is not a fragment, but the entire ocean expressed as a single wave. You no longer identify solely with the body or the mind. Instead, you sense yourself as a soul moving through human experience, witnessing life through the eyes of spirit. In this stage of spiritual awakening, compassion blooms effortlessly because you no longer see others as separate from yourself. When you look into another's eyes, you see the same divine spark staring back. Their joy becomes your joy, their pain your pain, and this empathy transforms the way you live. The judgments you once carried begin to dissolve, replaced by understanding and love. For you now comprehend that every soul is walking the same path of remembering its own divinity. You stop trying to change others or force outcomes, for you see that all are evolving according to their own sacred timing. This deep sense of connection softens the heart, quiets the ego, and allows you to meet life with patience and grace. Every interaction, no matter how ordinary, becomes sacred. You start to see that the people who cross your path are not random. They are mirrors reflecting your inner world back to you. The universe speaks through them, guiding your growth through relationships, emotions, and synchronicities. Even moments of conflict reveal hidden lessons of love and self-awareness. The more you awaken, the more you realize that forgiveness is not something you give to others. It is a gift you offer yourself when you understand that there was never anything to forgive, only experiences to awaken you. Compassion becomes your natural language, and kindness your instinct. As this realization deepens, your sense of belonging expands beyond human circles into nature, the cosmos, and the entire fabric of creation. You feel the heartbeat of the earth in your own chest and the rhythm of the stars pulsing through your veins. The air you breathe feels alive, infused with spirit, and silence itself becomes a sacred conversation between your soul and the divine. You begin to live as energy aware, flowing, and in harmony with all things. This is not an idea, but a direct experience of unity that changes how you walk through life. The more you surrender to it, the more peace fills your being. In this awareness, you are no longer driven by fear, competition, or control. You move through the world with serenity, guided by intuition and love. Life stops being about survival and becomes a dance of divine participation, where you and existence are co-creators of the same unfolding story. You act with purpose, speak with intention, and radiate presence because you understand that your energy influences everything around you. You realize that the essence of spirituality is not escape, but embodiment to bring heaven into the human realm through awareness, compassion, and grace. Every breath becomes prayer. Every moment becomes meditation, and every choice becomes an act of love. In this state of unity, you live as a spiritual being, having a human experience anchored in the understanding that there was never separation to begin with, only the illusion of forgetting what you truly are. 8. Flowing with life and synchronicities. Trusting the universe. When you enter this stage of spirituality, life begins to unfold like a river flowing effortlessly toward its destination. You no longer feel the need to control the current because you understand that the current itself is divine intelligence guiding you. You start noticing patterns and coincidences that seem too precise to be accidental numbers repeating, a song that plays at just the right time, a stranger who says exactly what you needed to hear. These synchronicities are not random events. They are sacred messages from the universe, reminding you that everything is connected and that your journey is being guided by a higher consciousness. As Carl Jung once said, synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. And the more your awareness expands, the more these signs multiply, confirming that you are aligned with the rhythm of creation. Trust becomes your new foundation. You stop forcing outcomes and begin to allow life to move through you instead of trying to push against it. You start to understand that divine timing is perfect. Things do not happen when you want them to, but when your energy and the universe are in harmony. Each event, even the painful ones, carries meaning. Every delay hides a lesson. What once felt like rejection now feels like redirection. Through this realization, you begin to feel an unshakable calm within, and knowing that no matter what happens, the universe is working for you, not against you. Fear fades, replaced by faith that life always unfolds in your favor. The more you flow with this energy, the more magnetic your reality becomes. People, opportunities, and experiences begin to appear effortlessly, as if drawn by an invisible force. You no longer chase what you desire. You attract it naturally because you have become aligned with the vibration of ease and grace. You move with purpose, but without struggle, acting when intuition calls and resting when silence feels right. This balance between doing and allowing is the essence of spiritual development. It is where your human will surrenders to divine flow. But this harmony does not come without tests. There will be moments when everything seems uncertain, when plans fall apart, or when silence replaces clarity. Yet these moments are not signs of failure. They are initiations of faith. The universe is not ignoring you. It is inviting you to trust deeper. Each challenge strips away your need for control and strengthens your connection with intuition. You learn to see that even in stillness, you are being guided. Even in confusion, you are being prepared. Life itself becomes your teacher, and every experience, light or dark, becomes a message written by the hand of the divine. When you embrace this flow, you discover that life is not meant to be controlled, but danced with. The more you resist, the more you suffer. The more you trust, the more you thrive. The universe speaks in synchronicities, whispers in intuition, and moves in timing. When you stop fighting and start listening, life responds with grace. You realize that what is meant for you will always find its way, and when it does, it arrives effortlessly, precisely when you are ready to receive it. If you've made it this far, it means you're truly aligned with the message. Comment below, "I trust the universe," to affirm your faith in divine timing. And let the flow of synchronicities guide your path forward. 11. Co-creation with the universe, manifesting reality. When you reach the stage of co-creation with the universe, you awaken to one of the most profound revelations in spirituality, that you are not merely existing, but actively shaping your reality through every thought, emotion, and frequency you emit. You begin to see that the universe isn't an external force acting upon you, but a mirror reflecting your inner world. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth becomes your guiding light as you realize that your inner beliefs and emotional states are constantly creating the experiences that unfold around you. Nothing happens by chance. Every situation, every encounter, every delay carries an energetic signature that aligns with what you project. Once this awareness awakens, you stop waiting for change and start embodying it. Through the lens of spiritual development, you learn that the energy you radiate shapes the reality you experience. Fear attracts limitation, while faith opens infinite possibilities. When you choose to think, feel, and act from a higher frequency of love, gratitude, and purpose, the universe begins to reorganize itself around that vibration. What once seemed impossible starts to unfold effortlessly, not because you forced it, but because your inner state finally resonates with abundance and peace. You realize that the universe communicates through energy, not words, and every moment of alignment becomes an invitation for miracles to occur. Synchronicities appear, opportunities unfold, and people who match your vibration find their way into your life, all because you have shifted from reacting to reality to co-creating it. Co-creation is not about control. It is about harmony. It's about understanding that you are an instrument in a divine orchestra, and your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are the notes you play. When they are in tune with your soul's purpose, life flows with grace. When they are dissonant, chaos reminds you to realign. You start to see that manifestation isn't about demanding what you want, but becoming the energy of what you desire. The universe responds not to your words, but to the vibration behind them. When your intentions are rooted in love rather than fear, your manifestations become pure reflections of divine timing. As your spiritual development deepens, you stop blaming, complaining, or comparing, because you finally understand that everything external is a reflection of your internal state. Gratitude becomes your natural language. You realize that every challenge is not a curse, but a message urging you to refine your energy. Every heartbreak teaches compassion. Every delay teaches surrender. You begin to witness how your inner transformation changes your outer world. As your mind becomes still, peace radiates outward. As your heart opens, love begins to return multiplied. You see that the smallest shifts in awareness create the largest changes in reality. The journey of co-creation reveals that the power to shape your life has always been within you. Your thoughts are not insignificant whispers. They are commands to the universe. When your inner dialogue matches your soul's truth, your outer world transforms accordingly. As within, so without becomes not just a spiritual idea, but a living experience. You no longer chase outcomes. You magnetize them through alignment. The universe doesn't require effort. It requires coherence. When your energy is clean, your faith unwavering, and your heart open, reality bends to meet the vibration of your being. That is the true art of co-creation, the merging of self and source, where spirituality and existence become one continuous expression of divine intention. 12. Unconditional love, compassion, and acceptance, the pinnacle. At the highest stage of spiritual awakening, you become the embodiment of unconditional love, compassion, and deep acceptance. You no longer view yourself or others through the lens of judgment, for you see divinity reflected in every being, every experience, and every breath. This is the moment when the walls of separation crumble, and what remains is unity, pure, boundless, radiant love. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you reach this point, you realize that who you truly are is love in its purest form. You stop trying to change the world by force and begin to heal it through presence. Your energy becomes calm and magnetic, your heart open and steady, your soul quietly luminous. You see the beauty in pain, the lesson in loss, the perfection within imperfection, and the divine purpose behind every unfolding moment of life. When you live in this awareness, compassion flows naturally from you. It's no longer something you practice. It's who you are. You understand that every soul is walking its own path back to the same light, and this realization dissolves the need to judge or compare. Forgiveness becomes effortless because you can finally see beyond the story of human pain to the truth of divine innocence that lies beneath it. You begin to love without condition, without demand, and without expectation. Love is no longer an act. It becomes your state of being. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom, the space where the mind quiets and the soul takes the lead. You are no longer seeking enlightenment. You are living it through the grace of acceptance and the power of compassion. Carl Jung Believe that wholeness, not perfection, is the goal of life. You embody this truth when you no longer strive to be flawless, but instead embrace every shadow as part of your divine wholeness. You understand that light cannot exist without darkness, that peace is not the absence of chaos, but the ability to remain still within it. You walk through the world as a silent healer, lifting others simply through your vibration. People may feel lighter in your presence without understanding why. It's because you have become a vessel of divine energy. You radiate serenity that speaks louder than words, teaching others not through explanation, but through embodiment. In this state, you realize that love is not an emotion that comes and goes. It is the eternal rhythm of the universe itself. You begin to see that every thought of kindness, every gesture of understanding, and every moment of patience sends ripples of healing through collective consciousness. You live no longer for the self, but as the self, the divine essence expressing itself through human form. Every breath you take becomes a prayer, every word a reflection of peace, every action an offering of grace. This is the true meaning of spiritual awakening, not an escape from the world, but a return to it with an open heart and an awakened soul. You are no longer separate from the divine because you finally understand you have always been it. Every stage of spiritual awakening is a sacred invitation to remember who you truly are, not a destination to reach, but a continuous unfolding of consciousness. As Carl Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Yet through that pain, we evolve into our most authentic selves, guided by spiritual wisdom and inner truth. If this message has touched your soul, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that continue to explore the hidden layers of the human spirit and the path toward awakening. Carl Jung's Forbidden Truth: 5 secrets you must never reveal after spiritual awakening. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Jung. In today's world, where oversharing has become the norm, true spiritual wisdom lies in what we choose to keep sacred. In this video, we'll uncover 5 powerful truths Carl Jung warned us never to reveal. Once you've awakened spiritually, not out of fear, but to protect your inner light and maintain the sanctity of your transformation. Each secret you guard is a boundary that strengthens your soul, guiding you toward peace, clarity, and self-mastery. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Which of these truths have you been too open about? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's grow together on this path of higher consciousness. 1. Never reveal your shadow before integrating it. Carl Jung taught that revealing your shadow before you've truly integrated it can destroy its power to transform you. The shadow represents the hidden, rejected parts of your being, the emotions you suppress, the desires you deny, the fears you refuse to face. When you share these unhealed aspects too soon, before understanding or accepting them, you interrupt the sacred alchemy of transformation. You risk turning healing into performance, confession into projection, and spirituality into ego. In the process, what could have become your inner gold instead disperses as wasted energy. When the shadow is exposed prematurely, projection becomes your first trap. You unconsciously throw your darkness onto others, blaming them for what you have not yet faced within yourself. Instead of transforming pain, you repeat it in different forms through criticism, judgment, or resentment. The second danger is ego inflation. Speaking about your wounds before they are healed often gives the illusion of growth, as if awareness equals transformation. But awareness without humility is still a mask of the ego. It makes you feel special for suffering instead of liberated by understanding. And finally, there is energy leakage. Words are containers of power. When spoken too early, they release the energy meant for internal change. Like spilling sacred water before the ritual is complete, your transformation loses its potency. True shadow work, as Jung emphasized, is not meant for public display, but for sacred introspection. It is a silent confrontation with your inner world, where your greatest fears and hidden desires live. It happens through reflection, journaling, prayer, and mindful observation. You meet your pain without judgment and allow your unconscious to speak through dreams, emotions, and intuition. Only when your shadow is faced in honesty can it be integrated into light. This is where real spiritual awakening begins, not in speaking about your darkness, but in transforming it quietly until it no longer defines you. Those who are truly walking the path of spirituality understand that silence is strength. They know that transformation happens in the unseen, not in the applause of others. When your shadow is fully integrated, it becomes wisdom rather than confession. It becomes your power instead of your wound. You no longer need to announce your healing, because your presence itself speaks of peace. Integration is the moment you can hold both light and darkness without conflict, knowing they are both sacred. The mature soul doesn't reveal its pain to be validated, but shares it only when it can uplift others. That is the mark of true spiritual wisdom. The mastery of energy, the discipline of silence, and the courage to heal in solitude until the light within you becomes unshakable. Comment below, "I am mastering my shadow," if you are ready to face your darkness with courage and turn it into light. 2. Keep your synchronicities private. Synchronicities are not coincidences, but sacred alignments between your inner world and the outer universe. When these moments appear, when you think of someone and they suddenly call, when a symbol repeats itself, or when life feels like it's speaking directly to you, it's your psyche sending a divine message through the language of the soul. Carl Jung called this a causal connecting principle, where two seemingly unrelated events meet in perfect harmony to remind you that everything is connected. These signs are deeply personal, designed specifically for your stage of spiritual development. And when you honor them privately, their power multiplies. But when you share them too soon for validation or attention, their energy begins to dissolve. What was once a mystical message becomes noise. What was sacred becomes spectacle. The more you try to explain them, the further you move from their original magic, because synchronicities are not meant to be proven. They are meant to be lived and understood in silence. You must learn to protect the language of your soul. When you experience a synchronicity, write it down, sit with it, and reflect on what it might be trying to tell you. The universe doesn't speak in words, but in patterns, symbols, and timing. Each sign mirrors your inner transformation, showing you how far your consciousness has evolved. Sharing it too early with others invites external opinions that can distort the message and weaken your spiritual connection. Some people will not understand, and others may project their skepticism or ego upon it. Spirituality is a sacred dialogue between you and the divine. It doesn't need an audience. Just as a seed must remain underground before it sprouts into light, your synchronicities must be protected in silence until their meaning fully blossoms within you. Every coincidence is a mirror reflecting your energy back to you, reminding you that the universe is responsive to your vibration. When you observe without broadcasting, you train your awareness to recognize divine order in all things. Over time, this sacred practice becomes an anchor in your spiritual awakening, guiding you toward deeper intuition and faith. Keeping your synchronicities private is not secrecy, it is spiritual maturity. It means you no longer chase validation, but trust that the signs meant for you will continue to unfold at the right time. As you grow in spirituality, you realize that divine communication thrives in stillness. The less you speak of it, the louder it echoes within. So treasure your synchronicities as holy whispers from your higher self. Protect them from the noise of the world, and let their wisdom unfold naturally as you walk further into your spiritual development. Have you ever noticed signs or patterns from the universe that felt too personal to explain? If so, share how they guided you in the comments below so others can learn from your experience. If not, comment, "I'm open to divine synchronicities," and begin your journey of awareness today. 3. Guard your archetypal dreams. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that not every revelation is meant to be shared, especially those that arise through dreams carrying powerful archetypal symbols from the collective unconscious. These dreams, where the wise old man, the divine child, or the great mother appear, are not coincidences. They are sacred encounters with the deeper layers of your psyche. Each figure you see in these dreams represents a potential within you waiting to awaken. Yet, if you reveal these visions too soon, or interpret them as proof of enlightenment, you may fall into what Jung called psychic inflation, where the ego confuses connection with identity and begins to think, "I am the wise one," or "I am divine." When that happens, you lose the essence of the message. The purpose of these dreams is not to glorify the self, but to humble it, to remind you that the archetypes are mirrors reflecting what you can become, not medals proving who you already are. The wise old man appears not to crown you with superiority, but to guide you toward patience, insight, and inner discipline. The divine child represents the rebirth of your pure essence, the part of you that trusts life, feels wonder, and radiates love without ego. The great mother embodies compassion, balance, and the sacred ability to nurture life within and around you. These archetypal figures are lessons clothed in symbols, not confirmations of spiritual rank. When you share them prematurely, the energy meant to transform you internally disperses outwardly through words, comparison, and pride. The soul's alchemy requires silence because transformation happens in stillness, not in display. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Becoming requires time, reflection, and the courage to hold mystery without needing applause. Your dreams are divine seeds planted in the soil of your unconscious mind. If you dig them up to show others, you interrupt their growth. Instead, let them germinate in silence. Record them study their symbols, meditate on their patterns, and ask what quality or truth they are awakening within you. Each dream speaks a sacred language that only your higher self fully understands. When you interpret them with humility rather than pride, they reveal wisdom that no book or teacher can give you. Jung often reminded his students that the greater the light, the darker the shadow. Every spiritual revelation exposes both the divine and the human within you. The ego will try to claim the light as its own, but true awakening means learning to hold that light with reverence, not possession. Guarding your archetypal dreams does not mean repressing them. It means protecting their sacred energy until they mature into understanding. When you do this, you transform quietly from within, embodying the wisdom of your dreams instead of merely talking about them. You begin to live the qualities of the wise old man through discernment, the divine child through innocence, and the great mother through love. This is the essence of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. To awaken is not to boast of revelation, but to live it with grace. So when sacred dreams visit you, do not announce them, become them. Let your transformation be your only testimony, for that is how divine truth stays pure within you. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on understanding and protecting your archetypal dreams, where the deepest messages of your soul are revealed. 4. Do not announce your ego dissolution. When the boundaries of your identity begin to dissolve and you experience a moment of pure awareness, it feels like touching eternity itself, a breathtaking stillness where everything and nothing coexist. But what Carl Jung taught through his deep exploration of spirituality and the human psyche is that such profound moments are not meant to be announced, glorified, or shared too quickly. When you dissolve the ego and merge with oneness, you enter a realm beyond language, beyond comprehension, and trying to explain it to others who have not yet tasted. That state often invites misunderstanding, doubt, or even ridicule. People trapped within their own egos may project fear or skepticism, causing your still fragile awareness to tremble. What was once a divine revelation may suddenly turn into confusion and spiritual instability. This is why Jung said, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." It means that the higher your consciousness rises, the deeper you must ground yourself in ordinary human experience. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping reality. It is about bringing heaven into the smallest acts of everyday life. You must integrate those transcendent moments gently, like nurturing a delicate seedling before it becomes a tree. When you awaken, there is a temptation to tell the world what you have seen, to speak of your oneness with the universe, to share how you felt yourself dissolve into divine light. Yet true spirituality is not performative. It is silent, patient, and sacred. The more deeply you awaken, the more you realize that silence itself becomes your teacher. Every revelation must pass through the test of embodiment. It must be lived, not spoken. Balancing transcendence with daily reality is not a limitation. It is the only way for enlightenment to endure. Without grounding, the expanded consciousness can become unbalanced, floating too high to function in the physical world. You might lose touch with simple joys, with human connection, or even with your sense of purpose. Jung's wisdom reminds us that awakening is not an endpoint, but a delicate dance between spirit and matter, light and shadow, expansion and contraction. To stay rooted, you must consciously engage with the world. Cook your meals with awareness. Feel gratitude while washing dishes. Breathe deeply as you walk under the sky. And remember that the divine is not somewhere above you. It is within the ordinary rhythm of life itself. After ego dissolution, the self is reborn in stillness, fragile yet luminous. Do not rush to define or display this transformation. Let it breathe. Speaking too early about such sacred experiences can reawaken the very ego you transcended. The desire to announce your awakening often comes from the subtle residue of the old self still seeking recognition. Instead, let your presence speak louder than your words. Let your peace become your message. Spirituality, in its truest form, is an invisible power, a quiet knowing, a calm that cannot be shaken. Integrate your awakening slowly and allow the divine awareness to flow naturally through your daily interactions. Live with humility and grace, for enlightenment is not an achievement, but a return to your natural state of being. You are not required to explain to others what cannot be understood with the mind. You are only asked to live it, to embody the light you've seen, and to honor the balance between transcendence and humanity. Remember that even after ego death, you are still meant to experience laughter, love, struggle, and simplicity. The awakened soul does not withdraw from the world, it radiates through it. Balance is the mark of real awakening. To walk the earth while remembering heaven. To act with compassion while rooted in stillness. To be fully human and yet deeply divine. That is the essence of true spiritual awakening, the moment when enlightenment ceases to be an idea and becomes your way of being. If you've stayed with us this far, it means you're truly walking the path of awareness. Comment below, "I am dissolving the ego," to affirm your inner growth. Your reflections help us build a community of conscious souls. 5. Never declare freedom from morality. After awakening, many people fall into the illusion that they are now free from all moral boundaries. They begin to see that morality, which is labeled good or evil, is a social invention, a construct shaped by centuries of culture, fear, and religion. They think that by transcending these constructs, they have achieved true freedom. Yet this is one of the greatest traps of the ego after spiritual awakening. The awakened mind may reject the rules of society, but the awakened heart understands their purpose. Real spirituality is not about escaping morality. It is about embodying a higher, more conscious form of it. As Carl Jung once said, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." You must face the shadow of human nature and integrate it, not deny it. Spiritual development is not rebellion. It is reconciliation between your light and your darkness, between instinct and wisdom, between freedom and responsibility. When you are truly awake, your actions no longer come from fear of punishment or desire for praise. They arise naturally from compassion, from unity with life itself. You begin to live by inner ethics rather than external laws, not because someone tells you what is right, but because your soul simply cannot harm what it recognizes as part of itself. This is the silent strength of awakened morality. It is effortless, gentle, and authentic. It does not boast, it does not need validation, and it does not rebel to prove its independence. It moves quietly, like still water, aligning itself with the truth of existence. The more you evolve, the more you realize that morality is not a prison built by man. It is a compass that, when purified of ego, points you toward harmony and wholeness. So do not mistake transcendence for superiority. Thinking you are beyond good and evil only feeds the spiritual ego. The very illusion awakening was meant to dissolve. Real awakening is not about breaking rules. It is about outgrowing the need for them. You don't become free by rejecting morality. You become free by understanding it from the inside, by recognizing that true goodness doesn't need to be enforced. It simply flows through the awakened soul as naturally as light through clear glass. When morality rises from consciousness rather than conditioning, it is no longer a chain. It is the rhythm of life itself. The mature soul acts ethically not to please the world, but because unity has replaced separation and compassion has become its only law. In the end, spiritual freedom is not rebellion, it is integration. The enlightened person doesn't declare themselves beyond morality. They live as morality personified, blending wisdom and kindness, strength and humility. This is the secret. Jung pointed to the paradox that true awakening doesn't destroy ethics, it deepens them. It transforms moral duty into spontaneous love and turns external law into inner harmony. That is the mark of real spirituality, a silent, radiant integrity that needs no words, no rules, and no rebellion, only awareness. Stay aligned with true spiritual wisdom by subscribing to our channel, Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the depths of Carl Jung's teachings and uncover truths that guide your awakening with integrity and light. Remember, freedom without morality is chaos. Walk the path of conscious awakening with grace and discernment. The journey of spiritual awakening is not about exposure, but preservation of wisdom, of energy, and of truth. As Carl Jung taught, the deepest revelations are meant to be lived, not displayed. Protect your sacred knowledge and let your silence speak through your transformation. If this message has awakened something within you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with deeper insights on spirituality and self-mastery. Carl Jung's warning. When the empath finally sees the family narcissism trap, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Many empaths spend years trapped in a web of guilt, obligation, and emotional manipulation, often within their own families, before realizing the truth. Love without boundaries is not love. It's self-betrayal. In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore Carl Jung's profound warning about the family narcissism trap and how awakening to it is the first step toward emotional freedom and spiritual growth. Have you ever felt like the peacekeeper in your family, absorbing everyone's pain but never being seen for your own? Share your experience in the comments below, and let's begin this journey toward clarity, healing, and true self-empowerment together. 1. The awakening and the family illusion. The empath's true spiritual awakening begins in a moment of quiet realization, the moment they see that the love they grew up with was not love at all, but a subtle form of control. In families ruled by emotional manipulation, affection becomes currency and belonging becomes a contract. The home, which Carl Jung described as the first symbolic God a child encounters, teaches the empath early on that love must be earned through silence, compliance, and invisibility. To belong, they must disappear. To be accepted, they must abandon their true self. And so, the empath learns to read the room instead of reading their own heart, to carry the emotions of others while neglecting their own. But every illusion eventually cracks. One day, the empath's inner self whispers the forbidden truth. Love should not hurt, and compassion should not cost your soul. This is where the spiritual awakening begins, not in a temple or a sacred book, but in the heartbreak of seeing one's family through unfiltered eyes. The empath realizes that what they called family loyalty was emotional bondage, that guilt was a tool used to maintain control, and that their constant self-sacrifice only served to feed the narcissistic system. They see how the family's false version of love demanded obedience, not honesty, and submission, not sincerity. Carl Jung warned that what is not made conscious will repeat as fate. The empath now sees that their pain was inherited, that they were trained to keep the family's secrets, to absorb shame that was never theirs, and to mediate chaos that existed long before their birth. This recognition is painful, but liberating. It reveals how deeply generational patterns of narcissism and emotional dependency run. The empath starts asking new questions. Why do I always feel responsible for everyone's happiness? Why does peace feel like danger? These questions awaken the soul from its programmed trance. This stage of awakening is not glamorous. It's raw and disorienting. The empath begins to detach, to say no, to step back. Every boundary feels like betrayal because the family taught them that love equals sacrifice. Yet slowly, they learn that saying no is not rejection, it is protection. That choosing peace is not selfish, it is sacred. True spirituality is not an escape from pain, but the courage to face it, to descend into the unconscious and reclaim what was lost there: self-respect, authenticity, and freedom. The empath begins to rebuild from within. They create a new kind of home, one not defined by fear or obligation, but by truth and inner alignment. They learn that compassion without boundaries becomes self-destruction, and that genuine love never requires you to disappear. Through awareness, they stop overgiving and start existing fully. They no longer seek validation from those who cannot see them. Instead, they find power in solitude, clarity in silence, and divinity in self-acceptance. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." The empath who awakens becomes that living truth. No longer trapped in the family's illusion, they embody the rare balance between heart and discernment, softness and strength. This is the real essence of spiritual awakening: seeing the illusion clearly, forgiving it, and walking free. It is where suffering turns to wisdom, and love finally returns to its purest form. the love that begins within. Comment below. I choose truth over illusion. If you're ready to awaken from the family trap and embrace your spiritual clarity. 2. The birth of the empath and the cycle of control. Empaths often emerge from emotional storms rather than calm skies. Their deep sensitivity is not accidental. It is the result of adapting to a chaotic environment where emotional survival depends on intuition. Growing up around unpredictable moods, criticism, or cold detachment forces the empath to develop an almost psychic ability to sense shifts in energy. They learn to stay silent when tension rises, to soothe others before conflict erupts, and to measure their worth by how well they can maintain peace. What begins as a defense mechanism becomes an identity. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Yet for many empaths, their path of spirituality and spiritual development begins with realizing they've been living as someone everyone else needed them to be. In families where love is conditional, empathy becomes a transaction. The child unconsciously believes that being good, helpful, and understanding will guarantee affection and safety. This creates a hidden belief system, a psychic contract that says, if I suffer enough, if I heal others enough, I will finally be loved. The empath grows up believing that love must be earned through self-sacrifice. This illusion becomes the root of a painful cycle. They feel responsible for other people's emotions and equate healing others with proving their own worth. In narcissistic family systems, this becomes the perfect setup for control. The narcissistic parent feeds on attention and validation, while subtly teaching the empath that their needs don't matter. The empath becomes the caretaker, the fixer, and the emotional anchor in a sea of manipulation, confusing guilt with love and loyalty with bondage. As this pattern extends into adulthood, empaths often attract partners and friends who mirror their original wound. They are drawn to familiar pain, those who are charming yet emotionally unavailable, demanding yet fragile. Something deep within them whispers that if they can just love harder, be more patient, more forgiving, then this time it will work. This time, love will stay. But this is the illusion of the empath's heart, the belief that love can heal someone who refuses to confront their own shadow. Carl Jung warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The empath, until awakened, keeps repeating the same emotional story under the name of compassion. Then comes the breaking point, the sacred moment of awakening. It's when exhaustion replaces empathy, when silence becomes heavier than words, and when the empath finally realizes that no amount of love can fill a void someone chooses to keep. This is the beginning of spiritual clarity, the understanding that compassion without boundaries is not love, but self-erasure. Spirituality teaches that to awaken is to see truth without distortion. And one of the hardest truths is that you cannot save those who use your empathy as fuel for their ego. The empath's healing begins when they stop pouring into emptiness and start nurturing their own light. What once felt like abandonment now becomes alignment. The focus shifts from fixing others to freeing oneself. Through this transformation, empathy evolves into power. Sensitivity becomes discernment. The heart that once bled for others learns to beat for itself. This is the essence of spiritual development learning, that love is not measured by suffering, but by authenticity. when you say no without guilt, when you walk away without anger, when you choose peace over chaos, you honor both your soul and your purpose. The empath's journey is not to carry the pain of others, but to become an example of healed energy, one who no longer mistakes pain for connection or control for love. And in that awareness, the empath finally breaks the cycle, transforming inherited wounds into wisdom and finding that the true act of love was never about saving others. It was about saving themselves. 3. The narcissistic family system. In a narcissistic family system, Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom unveils a dark yet illuminating truth about how dysfunction shapes identity and emotion. One parent becomes the wounded tyrant, demanding control, validation, and emotional obedience to mask their own insecurity. The other turns into the enabler, choosing silence and denial over confrontation, pretending that peace exists, when in reality, it is built on fear. The children, unknowingly trapped in this web, assume rigid roles. The golden child shines to earn love, the scapegoat absorbs the blame to maintain balance, and the empath becomes the healer, the emotional sponge who carries everyone's unspoken pain. The empath's compassion, once a divine gift, turns into a survival mechanism. They confuse servitude with love, exhaustion with loyalty, and people-pleasing with peace. They grow up believing that their worth depends on how well they can fix, soothe, and save others, never realizing that this love is conditional, manipulated, and used to sustain the family illusion. As years pass, the empath starts to awaken a painful, sacred process that Carl Jung called individuation, the journey toward one's true self. This awakening begins when the empath finally sees the trap, that love was never meant to be earned through suffering. Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." For the empath, this means recognizing that the constant pull to rescue others was not compassion, but conditioning. It was a pattern inherited from generations of emotional pain disguised as duty. Through spiritual wisdom, they realized that compassion without boundaries is self-betrayal, and silence in the face of dysfunction is not kindness. It is fear wearing a mask of peace. The empath's healing comes when they stop internalizing other people's chaos and begin to honor their own peace. They understand that not every cry for help deserves a response, and not every wound is theirs to heal. As Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. This pain is the fire that forges self-awareness, teaching the empath that love without self-respect is just another form of imprisonment. They learn to set boundaries without guilt, to say no without apology, and to detach from those who drain their light. What once felt like betrayal now becomes liberation, the sacred act of choosing themselves. This transformation is not cold or selfish. It is spiritual maturity. It is the realization that true empathy does not mean absorbing another's suffering, but reflecting it back with clarity and truth. In this awakening, the empath's sensitivity evolves into discernment. Their compassion becomes conscious rather than compulsive. They no longer confuse emotional dependency for intimacy or mistake chaos for connection. They begin to see the family not through the lens of obligation, but through understanding, realizing that every role, from tyrant to scapegoat, was born of pain. But while they can forgive, they also learn that forgiveness does not mean returning to dysfunction. Healing may not mean reconciliation. It may simply mean release. The empath reclaims their voice, their boundaries, and their light. They finally understand that protecting their energy is not rejection. It is love in its highest form. And through this profound journey of spiritual wisdom and self-realization, they embody Carl Jung's truth. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. Do you feel this truth within your soul? Comment below. I see through the illusion. I awaken now. 4. Awakening through individuation. True awakening happens when the empath finally stops performing for love and begins the sacred process of individuation, the separation from the family myth that once defined their identity. This myth is built on silent rules and emotional contracts where the empath learns that love is earned through compliance, emotional caretaking, and endless giving. In this illusion, the empath becomes the family's anchor, absorbing pain, maintaining peace, and hiding their own truth to keep others comfortable. But as the light of awareness begins to rise, something deep within the empath starts to rebel. They begin to see that the constant need to fix, please, or save others is not love. It is emotional bondage disguised as virtue. What feels like loyalty to the family is often a betrayal of the self, and when that realization dawns, it marks the beginning of true spirituality and spiritual awakening. The process of individuation feels like betrayal because it dismantles the false self, the persona created to survive emotional manipulation and conditional affection. When the empath starts reclaiming their boundaries, when they stop absorbing others' chaos, they encounter a wave of guilt that feels unbearable. This guilt, however, is not a sign of wrongdoing. It is the death cry of the false identity. It is the residue of old programming, proof that the empath is finally stepping out of emotional servitude and into authenticity. Carl Jung called this process the confrontation with the shadow, the awakening of the unconscious into light. The empath, once trained to suppress anger and sadness, begins to see these emotions as sacred messengers of balance rather than flaws to be hidden. Saying no becomes an act of divine reclamation, a statement that love does not require self-betrayal. As the empath awakens, the emotional architecture of their life begins to shift. The old roles, the healer, the forgiver, the peacekeeper, begin to dissolve. There is grief, because each role carried a sense of belonging. Yet, in that grief, the empath begins to glimpse a deeper truth. Love that demands the death of the self is not love, but control. The pain of separation becomes the bridge to freedom. What once felt like abandonment now feels like alignment. This is the quiet revolution of the soul that Jung spoke of, the movement from persona to self, from illusion to truth. Through this sacred unraveling, the empath learns that healing doesn't always mean reconciliation. Sometimes it means walking away with peace in your heart and clarity in your eyes. The deeper the empath surrenders to this spiritual awakening, the more they realize that guilt and loneliness are temporary visitors, guiding them toward authenticity. What feels like death is actually resurrection, the rebirth of the true self after years of suppression. In this rebirth, spirituality becomes an embodied experience, not an idea. The empath begins to see life through the eyes of consciousness rather than fear. The approval they once craved loses its power, and the presence they radiate begins to speak louder than any apology ever could. They discover that real love does not demand sacrifice of the soul, but invites truth to blossom. Through individuation, the empath rises as a whole being balanced, awakened, and free, no longer trapped in the family's narrative, but finally living as the author of their own. 5. The mirror of narcissism. Carl Jung revealed a profound truth. Narcissism and empathy are two faces of the same archetype, both born from the same wound, but expressed in opposite ways. The narcissist hides from tenderness, afraid that vulnerability will expose weakness, while the empath hides from power, afraid that strength will make them unworthy of love. This dynamic creates a mirror. One reflects domination, the other submission, and both are trapped in unconscious patterns of survival. Within a narcissistic family, the empath becomes the caretaker, believing peace depends on their ability to absorb pain, to stay quiet, to be good. They grow up equating love with exhaustion, thinking harmony means losing themselves. Yet as Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. True spirituality and spiritual development begin the moment the empath dares to look into this mirror and realizes that rescuing others is not love. It is self-abandonment disguised as compassion. When you finally wake up to this truth, it shakes the foundation of your identity. You start to see that the love you offered so freely was often a plea for acceptance, that your empathy became a shield protecting you from rejection. Jung's teaching on individuation reminds us that healing demands integration, uniting tenderness with strength, compassion with boundaries, love with truth. This integration is not about becoming harder. It is about becoming whole. When you reclaim your right to say no, when you stop apologizing for existing, the mirror of narcissism begins to shatter. The reflection that once defined you no longer holds power, and in its place arises a new image, one rooted in self-respect, awareness, and emotional sovereignty. The process is not painless. It feels like rebellion, like betraying everything you were taught to believe about love and family. You might feel guilt for standing up, shame for wanting peace that doesn't require your suffering. But this discomfort is sacred. It marks the end of illusion and the beginning of truth. Spiritual wisdom teaches that light is meaningless without shadow, and love is incomplete without power. The empath's anger, long suppressed, becomes the fire that purifies their spirit. Their voice, once silenced, becomes the sound of awakening. As your spiritual development unfolds, you begin to understand that love rooted in self-erasure is not love, it's bondage. And the moment you honor your boundaries, you set both yourself and others free. Jung warned that the empath's greatest challenge is to stop trying to heal those who refuse to heal themselves. The true act of love is not saving the narcissist, but saving yourself from their gravitational pull. When you no longer seek validation from pain, you transcend the cycle of emotional codependency. You start attracting people who see your worth instead of those who feed on your guilt. You begin to embody balanced energy where compassion flows without depletion and power stands without cruelty. This is what spirituality truly is, not escaping the world, but standing in it with clarity, strength, and grace. The mirror of narcissism, once a source of confusion, becomes a sacred teacher. It shows you how love twisted by fear leads to suffering, and how self-awareness transforms that suffering into wisdom. The empath's journey is not about choosing between love and strength. It's about realizing they were never separate. Power guided by empathy becomes presence. Empathy strengthened by power becomes truth. And from that unity, a new form of love is born. One that no longer asks, "Am I enough?" but simply radiates, "I am." Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how to recognize the mirror of narcissism and reclaim your true power as an empath. Stay tuned. Your awakening has only just begun. 6. Descent into the shadow and rebirth. When the empath begins the descent into their own unconscious, they enter what Carl Jung described as the dark night of the soul, a sacred initiation where spiritual wisdom is forged through suffering, self-confrontation, and truth. This is not a fall into despair, but a return to authenticity. Here, the empath comes face to face with the emotions they were taught to suppress: anger, jealousy, grief, and resentment. They begin to understand that these feelings are not moral failings, but exiled parts of the psyche that have been silenced to maintain harmony in a dysfunctional system. As Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. In this process, the empath begins to reclaim their own power, realizing that what they once viewed as darkness was simply unlived life waiting to be acknowledged. As the empath journeys deeper, they begin to see that their sensitivity has always been their mirror, reflecting not only the emotions of others, but their own buried truths. The family narcissism trap depends on the empath's denial of their pain, keeping them stuck in cycles of guilt, compliance, and over-responsibility. When they begin to look within, instead of fixing those around them, they see how much of their love was shaped by fear. Fear of rejection, fear of conflict, fear of not being enough. Yet it is through this awareness that the empath awakens to spiritual wisdom. The understanding that love without boundaries is self-abandonment. They start to realize that true compassion is not the endless giving of oneself, but the courage to honor one's soul. Carl Jung believed that what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. The empath learns this truth intimately as they stop resisting their shadow. They learn that anger is not evil. It is a signal that a boundary has been crossed. Jealousy reveals a hidden longing for recognition. Grief uncovers a love that was never properly expressed. Each emotion, once feared, becomes a key, unlocking a deeper layer of consciousness. This is the moment of inner alchemy when pain transforms into wisdom, chaos becomes clarity, and the empath evolves from a wounded caretaker into an aware creator. Through this transformation, the empath no longer mirrors others' dysfunction, but radiates authenticity and spiritual strength. As the light returns, the empath realizes that they were never broken, only fragmented. They integrate what was once exiled and reclaim the fullness of their being. This is what Jung called individuation, the sacred process of becoming whole by uniting the conscious and the unconscious. It is not about perfection, but balance, not about pleasing others, but embodying truth. When the empath rises from the underworld of their own psyche, they no longer mistake peace for silence or love for sacrifice. They no longer feel compelled to heal everyone. Instead, they live in a way that naturally brings healing through presence, not performance. In this rebirth, the empath becomes what Jung described as the self, the harmony of opposites, the balance of shadow and light. They understand that the darkness they once feared was never meant to destroy them, but to show them where they had hidden their light. The journey through the dark night is the initiation where every awakened soul must face the sacred turning point where one learns that the shadow is not the enemy, but the teacher. This is true spiritual wisdom. The realization that healing does not mean becoming pure, but becoming whole. And that by embracing the darkness within, you illuminate the world without. 7. Transformation and liberation. When the empath stops absorbing the chaos of others and turns inward, something within them begins to shift, a quiet revolution of the soul that transforms empathy into spiritual wisdom. What once felt like an endless battle to rescue, fix, and heal becomes a sacred process of remembering. They begin to understand that true healing does not come from sacrifice, but from presence. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens." And it is through this awakening that empathy matures into clarity, peace, and quiet strength. No longer ruled by emotional storms, the empath learns that love doesn't require self-abandonment, and compassion doesn't mean absorbing another's suffering. It means standing in calm awareness and allowing your stillness to guide others toward their own healing. At this stage of spiritual awakening, the empath realizes that their sensitivity is not a curse, but a compass. Every emotion they once carried from others becomes a mirror, revealing what needed balance within themselves. They begin to see how constantly taking responsibility for others' pain created a spiritual imbalance, one that drained their life force and clouded their intuition. But through this inner reflection, they discover that empathy is not about drowning in someone else's sorrow. It's about holding steady in the presence of it. This is where compassion transforms into power. When they stop trying to rescue others from their storms, they realize they can calm those storms simply by not being pulled into them. As awareness deepens, the empath begins to see through the illusions that once trapped them. They recognize the invisible patterns of control, manipulation, and guilt that often exist in family systems, especially when narcissistic dynamics are at play. Jung warned that the unconscious family patterns often repeat across generations until someone becomes conscious enough to break them. The empath becomes that person, the awakener. They see how they were conditioned to be the peacemaker, the emotional sponge, the one who absorbs pain to keep the family harmony intact. But now they understand that harmony built on self-erasure is not peace, it's bondage. True peace can only emerge when each soul takes ownership of its own energy. So, the empath withdraws not with anger, but with clarity. They step out of the dance, refusing to mirror dysfunction any longer, and in doing so, they shatter the illusion of control. This stage of transformation brings a calm detachment that is often misunderstood. It's not that the empath stops caring, it's that they start caring more intelligently. They learn to distinguish between compassion and codependency, between love and enmeshment. They begin to honor their boundaries as sacred spiritual gates that protect the purity of their energy. In this space, they find emotional neutrality, not coldness, but peace. They are no longer triggered by chaos because they see it as a projection of others' unhealed pain, not a reflection of their worth. In this neutrality, they reclaim their inner authority and radiate a quiet confidence that others can feel but cannot easily manipulate. Through this process, empathy becomes a higher frequency of consciousness. The empath now walks as both healer and witness, no longer lost in the suffering of others, but anchored in their own divine center. They embody what Carl Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole. of integrating both light and shadow. They no longer fear their sensitivity. They honor it as their superpower. Their peace becomes their protection. Their detachment becomes their strength. And their presence becomes the silent sermon that awakens others. This is the moment when the empath transcends the family narcissism trap, not by fighting it, but by outgrowing it, by choosing awareness over reaction, sovereignty over sacrifice, and truth over illusion. In this state of spiritual awakening, empathy ceases to be suffering. It becomes liberation itself. If this message resonates with your soul and you're ready for your own transformation, say it with faith. I am free. I am healed. I am stepping into my spiritual liberation today. 8. The role of forgiveness and freedom. Forgiveness is not an act of submission, but one of profound liberation. It is the moment the empath chooses to step off the karmic wheel of endless reaction, to stop repeating the emotional patterns inherited from generations of pain. Forgiveness, in the truest spiritual sense, is not about excusing or forgetting what happened. It is about reclaiming your power. When you forgive, you free yourself from being the actor trapped in your family's ongoing drama and become the playwright who writes a new story rooted in awareness, peace, and self-mastery. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Forgiveness is how we make the unconscious conscious. It is how we transform the unseen pain into wisdom and refuse to let our past continue shaping our present. When you finally see that the people who hurt you were often driven by their own unhealed wounds, you stop internalizing their cruelty as your burden to carry. This is not about condoning their behavior. It is about breaking the energetic tie that keeps your spirit bound to cycles of suffering. Through the lens of spirituality and spiritual development, forgiveness becomes the sacred key that unlocks your heart from resentment and opens the door to freedom. Resentment is a form of bondage. It drains your energy, anchors you to the past, and prevents your light from expanding. Every time you forgive, you retrieve a lost part of yourself, a fragment of soul energy that was entangled in someone else's story. This act of release raises your vibration, moving you toward what Jung described as individuation, the process of becoming whole. You are no longer a divided being, craving love from those incapable of giving it. You are now someone who recognizes that your worth was never dependent on another's perception. Forgiveness becomes the bridge between pain and awakening, between the ego's need for justice and the soul's desire for peace. The empath's path to forgiveness is not a single act, but a series of awakenings. Each time you forgive, you dissolve another layer of inherited pain. It takes immense courage to look at your wounds with compassion rather than self-pity, to say with conviction, "The cycle ends with me." It is not weakness, it is emotional mastery. It is the moment your soul declares independence from the stories that once defined you. Forgiveness is what transforms pain into purpose and sorrow into strength. Through this inner alchemy, you learn that true freedom is not found in changing others, but in releasing your need for them to change. Freedom comes when you no longer feel obligated to carry what was never yours. You stop trying to fix those who refuse to heal themselves. You stop defining your identity through the lens of another's dysfunction. You release your need for external validation and realize that peace is an inside job. This is the essence of spiritual development, transcending the illusion of control, letting go with grace, and choosing to live in alignment with your higher truth. When you forgive, you rise beyond the drama of the past and reclaim your divine right to serenity. Forgiveness, then, is the highest expression of love, not for those who wronged you, but for yourself. It allows you to end the karmic play where pain once had the leading role. You stop being a character in a story written by unconscious minds and begin writing a narrative of conscious freedom. It is the sacred art of letting go. The moment the empath no longer seeks justice and suffering, but finds redemption and peace. Through forgiveness, you step fully into your power, embodying the truth that liberation begins the moment you stop reacting and start awakening. 9. Spiritual maturity and universal healing. Your personal healing is not only about you, it's about transforming the emotional DNA of your entire lineage. As Carl Jung taught through his timeless spiritual wisdom, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Every moment you bring awareness to your wounds, every time you choose truth over denial, you are freeing generations that came before you. Pain that once passed silently from parent to child becomes light in your hands. This is what it means to participate in universal healing, the empath's evolution from emotional survival to spiritual awakening. You are not merely recovering from your story. You are rewriting the collective script of your family's soul. Through this awakening, empathy matures into spiritual vision. You begin to see the divine in yourself and others, but this time, without losing your boundaries. You no longer confuse compassion with self-sacrifice. You no longer carry the pain that doesn't belong to you. Instead, you transmute it through consciousness. Each act of awareness becomes an offering, transforming darkness into understanding and suffering into sacred wisdom. You realize that true empathy is not about absorbing pain. It's about witnessing it with presence and love. As you do, your inner light grows stronger, guiding you toward authenticity, peace, and inner freedom. When you no longer seek approval from those who cannot see your soul, you step into individuation at the core of Jung's teaching. You stop rescuing others and start respecting yourself. You release the need to fix what is unwilling to heal. You learn that love is not endless giving. It is balance, reciprocity, and awareness. This realization is liberation itself. It is the turning point where you stop performing the role of the wounded empath and become the conscious creator of your reality. You begin to love differently, without control, without expectation, without losing your center. Your family becomes a sacred mirror, reflecting what your soul needs to see in order to grow. Some reflect pain, others clarity, and a few reveal the shadow you've been avoiding. But when you stop reacting and start observing, wisdom arises. You see that forgiveness isn't about inviting people back into your life. It's about freeing yourself from their hold. You no longer fight for validation. You embody it. Each emotional boundary you set is an act of divine self-respect, a declaration that your peace is holy. Spiritual maturity is when you can witness chaos without absorbing it, when you can feel deeply without losing yourself, and when you can love without abandoning your truth. This is the true meaning of spiritual awakening, not an escape from pain, but the mastery of it. When you embody awareness, your very presence becomes healing, You are no longer defined by the wounds of your past, but by the light you bring to them. And every conscious breath, every moment of clarity, every act of self-love sends ripples through the collective heart of humanity, reminding the world that healing is contagious, and love, when awakened, is the highest form of power. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights that nurture your spiritual awakening and inner peace. Comment below, "I am ready to heal and live in divine harmony." 10. Final liberation. The empath finally understands that the family's narcissistic trap was never a curse. It was a hidden teacher, a painful but sacred mirror, forcing them to awaken from illusion. What once felt like punishment becomes a spiritual initiation, shaping their path toward individuation and higher consciousness. In the quiet, after years of emotional chaos, they begin to see that every manipulation, every act of control, every rejection was the soul's way of saying, "Remember who you are." Through the lens of spirituality and the wisdom of Carl Jung, they discover that the greatest healing is not in changing others, but in reclaiming the self. The empath, once bound by guilt and conditioned to please, learns to love without attachment and to feel without drowning. They rise from the ashes of dependency, embodying what Jung called the integration of opposites holding both light and shadow in sacred balance. This awakening is not born of hatred or revenge. It blooms from awareness. The empath stops absorbing others' pain and begins to observe it with compassion. They no longer chase validation from those who cannot give it. Instead, they become the source of their own peace. The spiritual awakening that emerges from such darkness is profound, for it transforms suffering into wisdom and boundaries into sacred space. The empath realizes that love without freedom is control, and empathy without discernment is self-abandonment. They begin to understand that spirituality is not about escaping reality, but about seeing it clearly with the eyes of consciousness rather than conditioning. What once kept them imprisoned, the need to fix, to save, to be accepted, now dissolves in the light of truth. They no longer need to prove their goodness because they have become one with it. The narcissistic family, once seen as the villain, now appears as a divine catalyst for awakening. It is through betrayal that the empath learned integrity, through rejection that they found belonging within, and through silence that they heard the voice of their own soul. They stop confusing love with sacrifice and begin to practice a higher form of love, one rooted in truth, not illusion. Jung's concept of individuation becomes their lived reality. They are no longer fragments molded by others' expectations, but whole beings guided by inner wisdom. Their journey shows that the family's dysfunction was never meant to destroy them. It was meant to awaken them to their divine potential. And so, they become living symbols of divine love, loving without bondage, feeling without absorption, and existing in a state of deep presence. Their aura carries the quiet strength of one who is seen through illusion, yet still chooses compassion. They embody the sacred lesson of spiritual awakening, that freedom is not found by changing the world, but by transforming the self. The empath's liberation becomes a message to all who listen, that what once felt like a curse was, in truth, the universe's way of leading you back home to your own soul. When the empath finally awakens to the family narcissism trap, the truth can feel painful, but it's also the beginning of freedom. Remember, awareness is the first step toward reclaiming your energy and rewriting the story of your own worth. You are not here to fix others. You are here to honor your light. If this message resonates with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight and healing. When you have no one, that's when you rise. In solitude, the spirit finds strength. Carl Jung reminds us that the most powerful transformations often happen when we stand alone, when there's no applause, no validation, no one to witness the battles we fight in silence. In those quiet moments, a different kind of power awakens within us, the kind that builds resilience, self-trust, and unstoppable inner growth. As you watch today's video, take a moment to reflect. Have you ever felt like the world was silent while you were working so hard to rise? Share your experience in the comments below. And if you're ready to discover how isolation can become the birthplace of your greatest evolution, welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Let's rise together. 1. Solitude is the start of transformation. Solitude is the beginning of a powerful transformation, because when everything around you becomes quiet, your soul begins to speak. Feeling alone, unseen, and disconnected does not mean you have failed. It means your spirit is separating from an outdated version of you that can no longer contain your potential. Loneliness becomes a silent teacher, pushing you to strengthen your foundation from within. When there is no applause, you learn to celebrate your own growth. When no one believes in you, spirituality teaches you to believe in yourself. When no one stands with you, you learn to stand with your truth. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in comfort, but in the quiet battles that no one else sees. There are seasons when every person who once stood beside you suddenly disappears, and it feels like a punishment. But Carl Jung reminds us that every rebirth begins with dissolution. The universe removes the people who were attached to your old identity so you can evolve without being pulled backward. The silence you face today is not abandonment, it is elevation. Not everyone is meant to breathe at the altitude your soul is rising to, and the loneliness you feel now is building emotional strength, mental clarity, and an unshakable identity that does not rely on approval. This is where the old layers fall away. This is where your heart begins to glow from the inside out. This is where you remember who you are. In this sacred isolation, you begin to discover the person you have been searching for, the one who protects you, guides you, and truly understands you yourself. You realize that depending on others for validation was only weakening your light. Now, your power becomes self-generated, no longer borrowed from temporary relationships. You stop shrinking to fit into spaces not worthy of your presence. You stop hoping others will love the version of you they never cared to understand. Instead, you rise with calm confidence, knowing your worth does not change just because others failed to see it. As Jung said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens. And you, right now, are awakening. You are transforming. You are rising into the life your soul has always been preparing you for. So when the world grows silent, when support fades, when love disappears, and when every familiar hand lets go, this is not the end. This is your becoming. The loneliness shaping you today will be the reason you lead others tomorrow. You are not alone because you are forgotten. You are alone because you are evolving into someone rare, someone resilient, someone chosen. Solitude is not emptiness. It is the birthplace of your strength. Keep going. The strongest version of you is now being formed in the quiet. Are you ready to rise even when you stand alone? If this message speaks to your soul, comment below. I rise from solitude to claim your transformation. 2. Emotional independence replaces emotional dependence. When you stop expecting others to fix what hurts inside you, everything changes. Emotional independence replaces emotional dependence the moment you decide you will no longer look for someone else to fill the emptiness in your chest. You begin to understand that true growth starts when you can calm your own heart, wipe your own tears, and accept your own feelings without begging for reassurance. Instead of waiting for someone to validate you, you learn to validate yourself. Instead of searching for external love to feel whole, you choose to love yourself from within. This is where spirituality takes root, when your happiness is no longer controlled by who stays or who leaves. You unlock a new stage of spiritual development that can never be taken away from you. You see, every time someone ignored your pain, every time you felt invisible, every time you whispered to yourself that you were not enough, those moments were not failures. They were invitations. They pushed you toward discovering the strength you did not know you had. Because when you have no one clapping for you, you learn how to clap for yourself. When no one comforts you, you become the comfort. When no one believes in you, you become your own proof. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." That is exactly what emotional independence teaches you, that your worth does not shrink just because someone else could not see it. And here's the truth you must carry with you. The right people will come into your life, not because you desperately chase them, but because your energy will rise so high that they cannot help but find you. The loneliness you feel is not a punishment. It is a sacred transition. It is the universe removing distractions so you can finally hear your own voice. In this silence, your spirit wakes up. You stop over-explaining. You stop over-giving. You stop trying to be loved into existence. You start choosing peace over approval, truth over acceptance, and growth over comfort. That is when you rise. So give yourself permission to outgrow the version of you that depended on others to feel alive. You are stronger than your heartbreak. You are bigger than your fears. You are wiser because of every person who walked away. And now, you are learning the most important lesson of your spiritual journey. You do not need someone to complete you. You need someone who complements the wholeness you have already built. Stand tall inside your own soul. Respect your own emotions. Stop waiting for anyone else to define your value. The moment you become emotionally independent, you become unstoppable because the power was always yours. If you're ready to rise stronger from within, declare it in the comments. I rely on my inner strength. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss more spiritual wisdom on this powerful journey. 3. Stop complaining and take responsibility. When you feel the world turning cold and silent around you, when support disappears and you are left alone with your thoughts, this is not the universe abandoning you. This is the universe awakening you. Complaining might feel like a release, but every complaint keeps you chained to victimhood, locked in a story where life is happening to you instead of for you. The moment you shift from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "What can I build from this?" you step into a new level of spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung often spoke about: the power to transform pain into progress, chaos into clarity, and loneliness into leadership. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And that is the turning point. Choosing responsibility does not mean you caused the pain. It means you refuse to let the pain decide your future. When people stop supporting you, when encouragement disappears, when no one sees your effort, that silence is molding you into someone who doesn't rise because they are seen, but because they are called. You are being trained to no longer depend on applause or validation. The world won't always cheer for your growth, but your soul will, and that must be enough. Complaining tells the universe, "I am powerless." Taking responsibility tells the universe, "Watch what I become." Every challenge you are facing right now is shaping you into someone unshakable. Diamonds are born under pressure. Stars shine brightest in the darkest sky. Seeds break in the darkness beneath the soil before they rise toward the sun. You, too, are breaking open not to be destroyed, but to be reborn. When you stop complaining, you stop giving power to what hurts you. You stop replaying the same painful story and start writing a new one. You take the raw material of your struggle and build resilience, courage, and wisdom that cannot be taken from you. That is what Carl Jung meant when he said, "There is no birth of consciousness without pain." Awakening begins the moment you realize your suffering is not a dead end, it is a doorway. Responsibility is not a burden, it is your liberation. It is you saying, "Life can knock me down, but I decide whether I stay there." The world may walk away, but that is exactly when you walk closer to your true identity. Silence becomes your teacher. Solitude becomes your training ground. Pain becomes your power source. So the next time your heart whispers, "Why me?" answer it with, "Because I am strong enough to rise." You do not grow when others carry you. You grow when you carry yourself. And when no one believes in you, that is when you must believe in yourself the loudest. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful guidance like this. And if you're ready to rise by taking responsibility for your life, type in the comments, "I choose accountability and growth for." Become your own source of validation. There are moments in life when the silence around you becomes almost deafening. The people you once counted on to notice your growth disappear, and suddenly, every step you take goes unseen. That is when spirituality reveals one of its greatest lessons. You must become your own source of validation. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this path of becoming is often walked alone. When there is no applause, when the voices of approval go quiet, you are forced to discover the voice within the one that guides you not toward recognition, but toward your truth. This is where real maturity begins, because maturity means acting for your values, even when no one praises you for them. You are like a seed planted deep beneath the soil. No one witnesses the struggle, the pressure, the darkness, the cracking open. But without that hidden battle, the seed would never develop roots strong enough to push upward into the light. That is how spiritual awakening works. Isolation is not punishment, but preparation. The universe removes the audience so you can learn who you are without their validation. It is in the quiet hours when no one sees your effort that your character is forged. You learn to show up for yourself, to honor the promises you made to your future, not because the world is watching, but because you are. Carl Jung also said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." When relationships fade, when encouragement stops, when recognition disappears, it hurts, but that pain is awakening you to deeper truths. Your worth is not measured by applause, and your purpose does not require witnesses. The absence of others teaches you independence of spirit. You begin to understand that support is a gift, not a requirement. You start to trust your intuition more than the opinions around you. You learn that validation from others can disappear, but validation from within can sustain you for a lifetime. Every time you choose to keep going in silence, you build spiritual strength that cannot be shaken later. When you continue working on your dream despite being overlooked, you become driven by mission instead of approval. And that is unstoppable. One day, those same people who didn't notice your effort will be astonished by your results. They will call you fortunate, unaware of the countless silent battles that shaped who you are. They won't see the nights you stayed committed, the tears you wiped alone, the weight you carried in your heart while still pushing forward. So if life has placed you in a season where you feel like you have no one, understand this: you are being positioned for transformation. You are being trained to believe in yourself the way you always hoped others would. You are being guided to recognize your own power, your own inner voice, your own divine light. That is spiritual wisdom, and that is the moment your spirit rises higher than ever before. Because when you no longer need anyone to choose you, support you, or validate you, that is when you become truly powerful. And that is when you rise. 5. Turn failure into fuel. Falling never destroys you. It simply reveals the parts of your soul that are still waiting to be healed. And when you rise from failure without anyone beside you, you begin stepping into a deeper level of spirituality and spiritual development, where your strength is no longer borrowed from external praise, but grown from the truth within yourself. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And every moment you choose to rise is a declaration of who you are becoming: stronger, wiser, more resilient, and more conscious of the power that lives inside you. When life refuses to give you applause, validation, or comfort, see it as a divine invitation to meet the strongest version of yourself. Because if everyone caught you every time you fell, you would never learn how powerful your legs truly are. So when you fall, do not rush to hide the broken pieces. Study them, understand them, and use them as building blocks for your transformation. Because failure is not the opposite of success. It is the foundation of it. Every time you rise alone, you sharpen your character and expand your capacity to handle the weight of your highest destiny. And even though the process feels lonely, that loneliness is sacred. It pushes you inward, where you finally discover the voice of your own spirit saying, "You can endure, you can overcome, you can rise again." Challenges are not punishment. They are preparation, shaping you into someone who will no longer crumble under pressure or fear judgment from others. And each setback forces you to ask deeper questions, connect to your true purpose, and step into a higher state of awareness. When you shift your perspective from seeing failure as a dead end to recognizing it as a divine turning point, you begin to turn every disappointment into discipline and every fall into fuel that propels you even farther than before. People may leave when you stumble, but their absence is not a loss. It is a filter, removing those who were only meant to witness your comfort, not your greatness. The silence you face after failure is not emptiness. It is space being cleared so you can rebuild with clarity, strength, and authenticity. You grow into someone who no longer begs for support, but attracts it naturally because your confidence radiates from a place of truth and lived experience. You become someone who has walked through fire and emerged glowing, someone whose soul cannot be shaken because it has already survived what was meant to break it. So trust this season, trust the fall, trust the alone phases of your life. Every tear, every setback, every night you stay awake questioning whether you can keep going is forging a more powerful version of you, one who no longer fears falling, but understands that falling is just part of rising. Failure is fuel in disguise, and you are learning to burn brighter every time the world tries to dim your light. Do you believe that every failure can become fuel for your rise? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I turn failure into power. 6. Discipline over mood. Discipline over mood means choosing to act based on who you want to become, rather than how you feel in the moment. Because real growth is not born from excitement or perfect circumstances, but from the days when you show up, even when your heart feels heavy and your mind wants to rest. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes your anchor. For motivation is temporary and unreliable, but discipline is the force that separates people who wish from those who rise. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Reminding you that every choice you make in silence, every step taken without applause, is molding your future self. When you stop waiting to feel ready and instead choose consistency, you claim responsibility for your destiny, and that commitment is what turns an ordinary person into someone unstoppable. You must understand that mastery is never built on good moods. It is sculpted through repetition, through focus, through the willingness to do the hard things, especially when your emotions are resisting. On the days you feel alone and forgotten, spiritual wisdom teaches that your soul is quietly preparing you for a powerful transformation, because Jung believed solitude is the birthplace of inner strength, where the ego dissolves and the true self emerges. So when no one praises your efforts or recognizes your progress, that is not a sign that you are failing. It is a sign that you are being forged, strengthened, and sharpened in the unseen. Each act of discipline casts a vote for the person you aspire to be, and over time, those small votes accumulate until one day you look back and realize you have become the kind of person who no longer waits for motivation at all. Discipline is a deep expression of self-respect, a declaration that your purpose matters more than your excuses, more than your momentary feelings. Every time you honor your commitments, you strengthen trust in yourself, and that trust becomes confidence, and that confidence becomes power. Think of every successful person you admire. They rose because they showed up when comfort told them to stop. They practiced when no one noticed, improved when no one applauded, and stayed loyal to their growth when the world stayed silent. You must do the same because your future depends on it. Jung taught that what you resist not only persists, but grows, meaning that if you keep avoiding the work, your fear and doubt will only gain more control. But when you discipline your mind to move forward, even in discomfort, you reclaim authority over your life. Your feelings may fluctuate, but your purpose must remain steady. Your emotions may shout, "Quit," but your spirit must whisper, "Keep going." Discipline over mood is the secret to rising when no one believes in you. Because one day, the world will witness the success you built quietly in the dark, and they will call you lucky without ever knowing it was your discipline that made you powerful. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 7. Stop needing others to understand you. Stop needing others to understand you, because the truth is that your journey is sacred and uniquely designed for your soul's evolution. No one else has lived your memories, carried your pain, or dreamt the visions planted deep inside your heart. So it is impossible for others to fully grasp the depths of what you are becoming. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that privilege does not require permission or validation from anyone outside of you. When you begin to detach from the desire for others to accept you or agree with your choices, you open the door to a powerful spiritual awakening where your inner voice becomes your greatest guide. You start to realize that every answer you have been searching for was always waiting within you, quietly whispering beneath the noise of people's opinions and the world's expectations. It takes extraordinary courage to walk through life without applause, to move forward when no one is cheering, and to continue choosing growth even when others cannot see the reason for your actions. But that is what makes you different. That is what makes you strong. Most people never find themselves because they are too busy trying to be understood. You are not here to be understood. You are here to rise. And rising requires a certain level of solitude because not everyone is meant to join you on your highest path. Some people cannot comprehend your evolution simply because they are not evolving with you. Some people cannot see your vision because they were not given the eyes to recognize it. So instead of shrinking yourself so others feel comfortable, you must allow yourself to expand even if others become uncomfortable. It might hurt when people misjudge you, distance themselves from you, or question your motives. But remember this: misunderstanding is often a sign that you are stepping into a higher version of yourself. You are breaking out of the identity they once knew, and the unfamiliar always makes others uneasy. Let them misunderstand. Let them doubt. Let them talk. Their lack of understanding does not change your calling. What you are building is too sacred to be explained to small minds, and your transformation is too miraculous to be measured by shallow perceptions. The universe did not choose them. It chose you. And chosen souls are shaped through isolation, strengthened through adversity, and awakened through moments when they must walk alone. The more you trust yourself, the clearer your path becomes. The more you listen inward, the less noise exists outward. Your soul becomes your compass. Your intuition becomes your wisdom, and your silence becomes your teacher. Slowly, you step out of the need to prove yourself, and you enter the freedom of being yourself. You no longer rise to be seen. You rise because rising is your nature. And even if no one understands it, your heart understands it. God understands it. Your future understands it. So keep moving forward. Keep listening inward. Keep honoring the sacred truth that everything you need is already within you. Because the moment you stop seeking external understanding is the moment you finally step into your true power. The power of a soul that knows exactly who it is and where it is meant to go. In the moments when the world feels silent and support seems nowhere to be found, remember this truth. Solitude is not a punishment. It is preparation. It is in the quiet, unseen battles that your inner strength is forged. Your purpose becomes clearer, and your soul rises into the power it was destined to claim. You are not behind. You are becoming. If this message resonates with you, let your journey be seen like this video. Share it with someone who might need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss the powerful insights we have coming your way. Keep rising, even when no one is watching.